Yes, we are. Okay, so as usual, I stream. Nice to see everyone, whether live, as if you're tuning in, as I speak, or in the recordings after. I hope everyone's having a good day. I guess it's Thursday today. So as usual, I'll just introduce the stream at first, and I will just talk a little bit while people join. And just because I like to start every day, just with a sort of reflection on my thoughts about the stream, or feelings about the stream from the last time I streamed. So I guess the first thing that I want to say in that regard is, for anyone who checked back for me after the break yesterday, that I took, and because I didn't come back, I apologize for that absence. For 2 days in a row now, my computer has just overheated to the point of just fucking up the whole stream. Uh, I don't want that to happen anymore, of course. I don't really know what I can do about it. I have a really old MacBook, and I'm just streaming on this free software. So I looked it up. I tried a few things. Tried to clean out the fan ducts in my computer, and I propped it up on a little stand thing, so maybe it wouldn't get overheated by being too close to the surface of the table. So I hope that that works today, and we'll see, I guess. Yesterday we did about 2 hours, and I wanted to do about 5. I'm hoping that I could do about 5 hours today. So I wanted to say that, first of all, and the reason I wanted to say that is because if you are trying to watch in order for whatever reason, if you're trying to catch up much in a time that's much later, if you're trying to watch like today or yesterday, if you're trying to watch in order and you can't find yesterday's stream, it's because I had, as part of these sort of technical difficulties, I don't know exactly. I had a lot of technical difficulties yesterday, to be honest, but part of that was that my stream, my Twitch like relabeled my stream and put it in a different category, and it was just very strange. And so basically, the long story short of it is, what I had to do is cut cut the whole thing again as a clip, sort of, from the what it actually uploaded, and upload it again, and it uploaded as a highlight instead of in the sort of recent broadcasts category. So if you are watching this and you're wondering what happened to the previous 2 pages of discussion, you could find that in the highlights section of the Twitch stream. And not only that, but I guess eventually this will be on YouTube, and maybe even in certain categories on my Twitch channel. So in that case, it should be probably even easier for you to find. But for now, it's in the highlight section of the Twitch stream. So I had just a few thoughts that I was reflecting on in the previous day, about just the stream and how it's going and things like this. And I just wrote them down on my phone. That's why I'm looking like this. So I think I'll say that I've been feeling a sort of tension, and I'm leaving these notes for myself in the future, but also for anyone who is thinking about doing this. So I hope that it can sort of be a sort of first step for folks who are trying to bring sort of these sort of texts, and these sort of discussions into sort of newer media platforms or outside of the academy in a certain way. So I'm just kind of I think that I'm just trying to share these reflections for myself and for anyone else who is interested in that. So you can either maybe learn from me or with me. So one of the things that I will say that I have felt is that there's a certain push and pull of like the funness of it, and the funness, and that for me has been linked to like how much I feel like I need to stay focused on the text, because like in my head I can just trail off and think about all this stuff, or in conversations with my friends we could just trail off and be like, this reminds me of blank, this reminds me of blank. And multiple people have told me actually so far that the parts of the stream that make it enjoyable for them are when I like extrapolate off of the text and just talk about how I feel about it, not in terms of how I feel about the text itself, but how I feel about what the text makes me feel. And I feel this like pressure or this pull to like not do that. So I'm trying to just allow myself to do that, and I'm gonna start that way today. That's one thing. The second thing is, I okay, so I'll say it this way. When I first started in like a graduate PhD program in which I was going to, and I which I was introduced to all of these sort of theorists and thinkers who are actually with us in our struggle, who I would have never heard of otherwise, but who, to my understanding, are thinking about some of these things in a deeper way than a lot of people that I've seen. And not everyone, obviously. A variety of different artists are thinking about these things in a deep way. But I do think that like sort of this theoretical work is its own sort of genre of art. I've been calling it creative nonfiction. It feels like creative nonfiction to me. And so when I first started, sort of was introduced to all of these sort of creative nonfiction artists in our struggle, that was when I started this PhD program, really. But at that time, one of my best friends, who I met at that time, we were kind of talking one day, and we were kind of saying like, well, we don't really know if we're gonna get hired in this place, but we were saying like, what she said at that time was like, I'm really hoping that there's a massive shift in like the entire way that the academy understands itself in the next 5 to 7 years, and I'm banking on it. And so when this sort of pandemic thing happened, I hit her and I was like, well, we had the massive shift, and I really trusted we would have it, and we did. But maybe it was not the massive shift that we anticipated, because you hear about all of these things you hear all of these things about a sort of academic job market crisis because of this pandemic and things like this. And that's all to say that in my feeling, whenever there's a sort of moment of shift like this, it's also a moment of like massive opportunity for vision. It's a sort of moment when like the threads become visible of this sort of text called world, and you can kind of see the how it's woven together, and you have all these opportunities to do different things with it. So that's to say that what I've witnessed is that a majority of people, especially including people who theorize about the things that I'm saying, doubled down on the things they knew in this moment, I guess as a safety mechanism. But I also think that it's an opportunity if we're really talking about a sort of moment where the academy is weak, as in its sort of stranglehold on this sort of thought in our struggle. It's also a moment to sort of be branching out and to trying to do other things. For a really long time, like I've felt like the conversations happening on Twitter are like a decade ahead of the conversations that are happening in published papers and books. And that's for multiple reasons. For one, it's just because of the publication sort of timeline. In my head, this is just the reasons that I'm thinking. And in another sense, it's because a lot of the people that are really taking to Twitter are people that, in my experience, like, are not finding as much taking in the academic space, but generally because the academy, as we've been learning in this saïd text, is like a deeply, deeply violent place. Those people are usually generally smarter, I've found, and more dedicated and more principled, and more committed to a sort of way of thought that doesn't allow itself to be confined. And so that's to say, I've found that these sort of conversations are already taking to new media platforms. And I think that we can really like work with that to sort of expand it in that way. So I really hope that anyone who's interested in something like this would just feel free to do it. Just try it out. If I had spent I literally got this idea, and I just like did it because I was like, if I spend too much time trying to like put my logic into it, I'm gonna decide that it's not a good idea. And I don't really know whether it's a good idea or not yet. I'm just trying it out. But I do think that what I've been saying at the beginning of multiple streams is that the potential for it for me is not so much in someone like me doing it. It's in someone like some of the thinkers that I'm reading doing it. That's kind of the potential for me. So if this sort of space is opened up, I kind of, and I'm taking this from my understanding of saïd, I have like a deep belief, and just because of what I've witnessed in the world, that people who kind of, in saïd's terms, clear space away, are not really the people who kind of become the official beginning of that thing. You know what I mean? The clearing the space away people are forgotten, and that's like, and I'm saying that to say that that's something that like I feel like I'm comfortable with, because it's not really about me. Even if this works, if I can see someone that I like respect as a thinker, that I've like looked up to in this way, being able to sort of have a livelihood like this, if they want to, that would mean 10 billion times more to me. And that's kind of like so much of like the ethic that I'm talking about. And the reason for that is because, like I've been saying, I think that the sort of way of thinking and way of writing and way of disciplining that we see in the academy has an effect in that it makes these sort of conversations a closed door conversation. And I actually don't think that it needs to be that way for many, many, many thinkers that I think are prominent, like, or that I really look up to or respect. Like I think, for example, if Saidiya Hartman, who is a philosopher, basically a thinker, a theorist, who I really love, and I think who's pretty prominent. Like, if she, I don't know, I can't speak for her. If she wants to be in the academy, that's great. But I also think if she wanted to do something like this, where she teaches like her same classes that she would be teaching in the academy online and move to a subscriber model, she could easily have enough subscribers to be able to actually make more money than she's making. And not only that, but and this is, again, I'm just using her as an example because she is kind of a thinker that I really look up to, that I think has a wide following, and who I think her work is really principled. But like, I'm saying that all to say, everyone has their different priorities and everyone has their different interests, but I know that for some people, the freedom to be able to write and think the way you want without the confinements of the sort of discourse or the fields around you is worth everything. It's worth giving up everything. And so, and I think that feeling that it's worth giving up everything would translate into a certain freeness in the writing. I do deeply, 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 deeply believe that there's a certain freeness in writing that is sort of disciplined out in an academic setting or in an academic sort of stranglehold on critical thought. And nobody really wants to acknowledge it. But the reality of the situation is, even the people that we think are the most radical people that we are introduced to in a sort of academic space, for example, even the ones, like, for me, I'm saying like the ones who I think are like the most radical kind of minds out there today. And I defined how I mean radical before. I don't mean radical in a way of like a scale more or less. I mean radical in terms of like the way that it unsettles you when you read it. And that's to say, even like the most radical minds that I've encountered in this place, I can't lie that pretty much they're only really read in academic spaces. And that's not because people don't read, and it's not because people are dumber outside of the academy. It's because there's a certain way we learn to think and write that makes it a closed-door conversation. I really believe that. And I really believe that there's a reason why someone like Fanon, for example, is read very widely outside of academic spaces, but also has a certain life and freeness to the way he thinks and writes that puts him in a sort of predatory relationship to the academy, where the academic thought is a sort of predator on his thought. And the reason I'm saying that is because he just becomes this leeching point for constant critical discourse. And none of the critical discourse that's being put out, or very, 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 very little of it, is as free as his. And so when I'm saying as free as his, I'm talking about the way that it travels, the way that it feels. It's not something I can quantify, but I do know that that sort of less freeness of it is sort of makes it about him and not with him. And that's why I'm kind of saying it like that. And so there's this book also that I've read, that I'm going to read 2 books after this, Whites, Jews, and Us by Huria Boutelja. Boutelja is not an academic. She's an activist in France, and she positions herself at the beginning of this book as a student of Fanon. And this book is one of the only things that I've read like that, where I feel like there's a certain freeness to this. It's something that I can't really describe, but when I'll read it on this stream, and I'm really excited to, but when it's like the energy that I feel when I read this, I feel that something like this could not have been written in the academy. When I started my PhD dissertation, I found out that Fanon's Black Skin, White Mask, which was his first book that he came out with, was a rejected dissertation. So that's just to the point that I'm kind of making. And I can't corroborate this, but I feel like I've also heard that Cedric Robinson's first book, which was became Terms of Order, was also very, 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 very difficult for him to get through as a dissertation. And these are just kind of thinkers that I like, that I'm kind of sharing about. But that's just to say, yeah, I really kind of hope that this could sort of be something beyond, much, 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 much beyond me. So I hope that I can be invisible in it. Actually, it'd be really, really nice. Okay, so that's to say, I've been talking for 40 minutes now. I have 2 viewers. Welcome, y'all. I'm really happy to have you here and to be with you. So what I'm gonna do basically is I'm just gonna start with some things that I just was watching last night, and it just really reminded me of the stuff we've been talking about Saïd. So I just wanted to kind of show this to y'all. And if there's anyone in the chat, if you feel like weighing in on what you think about this, I'm really, really interested in hearing it. So what I was doing for some reason is I was just watching these sort of travel vlogs. I don't really know why I started doing that. Oh, well, I really just wanted to sometimes I think it's nice to just see people living in Iraq, or places that I want to be in, or places that my family talks about, or things like this. And so I just started typing in life, walking around Iraq, right? Walking around whatever. And I kind of stumbled upon this whole, obviously, travel vlog industry, which I got the feeling was actually closer to the things that we've been talking about in Saïd than a lot of the ways that I was sort of abstractly connecting it to things. But I just wanted to show y'all this because some of this stuff is just so fucking weird and interesting to me. And I showed my friend this morning, and she also felt similar. She was like, what the fuck is going on? So I wanted to show you this.
Lots of green space, though. Beautiful parks, fountains everywhere. I mean, it's a gorgeous
I'll just say,
I
have had the opportunity to be outside of, to be in Greater Africa one time, and I went to Morocco and Western Sahara, and I will say that the Europeans who I did see, the tourists who I did see, looked like they were their facial expressions for me reminded me of people who go in those deep sea cages in Australia where there's great white sharks swimming around the cages. It looked like they were terrified but intrigued. You know what I mean? It was very interesting. But yeah, so check this out. This is so bizarre to me. I guess this is a whole area of life.
We want to say a big thank you to Trade for sponsoring another episode. If you want to learn how you can get 50% off a delicious bag of coffee, then hang around to the end of the video.
But first, let's go to Iraq.
What? I did not know white women could say Iraq like that until this moment. Until the moment that I watched
Today
this.
is our first day in the Kurdistan region of Iraq, and if you missed yesterday's video, this is a place that we never thought we'd visit.
It's our first full day in Erbil, and I'm so excited to explore.
Might be the most dangerous part about being in Iraq.
It might be the most dangerous part about being in Iraq. Okay.
So if you've watched any of our videos in the past, you'll know
Different countries. Just a little bit of history about Kurdistan, and you.
Okay, so she's
in the grease. I don't know what I'm eating. I assume it's like a donut and it's gonna be delicious.
Right out of the fryer.
Oh wow! So I think they're frying them up in the grease here, and then he just lets them soak in this big vat of liquid sugar. Musa? Musa.
Did you have question marks, subtitles?
Thank you. Oh, wow.
Bye-bye.
I guess he's going to sell them in the streets. This is seriously like the best donut that I've ever had. That nice crunchy outside, and then when you bite into it, like the sugary syrup just like goes everywhere.
We walked by this place and literally Nate just walked in and the guy handed him one. We haven't asked what it's called, how much it costs. But everyone's super nice in here.
Can I pay you? Awesome. Oh, great.
So yeah, like what the fuck? I'm just gonna show a
I
few, and
literally
then I'll just
have
like reflect.
Sticky syrup on my.
But I really just wanted to just show y'all this. Oh, I just thought this was interesting because, so I'll show you this first, actually. And I can't see the chat right now, so if folks are participating in the chat, you're not. Okay, cool, perfect. Yeah, I'm just so interested in this music. Like this song with this like banal, I don't know, it's so interesting to me. Like what are we looking at, bro? This is not nice. Like what are we looking at? It's beyond a sort of representational critique, right? And what I mean by that is like, it's beyond me being like, oh, look at the music, it's so racist. It's not even like that at all. It's like, because you saw like the first one, like this couple or whatever, was like hella happy and peppy, and it was just as weird. So it's not even like that. I just saw this. So when I was trying to look for actually cities in Iraq, it was like actually like very difficult to find blogs. And the reason is because like any blog was just like military. Like any sort of video, like life in Iraq, it was just military. And so it was actually like very difficult to find these blogs. But I also saw that the sort of, it was like military or like documentaries about the destitution of this place. And like, it was coming from sort of eastern parts of Asia, including South Asia and the West. And so I just saw this, for example. It was like it's a whole like BBC Hindi documentary on Basra. Interesting stuff. And I don't know if there's a certain stream noise again that's like really hard for it to view it. But okay, so I saw these videos, right, of these sort of weird travel vlogs. But then I noticed that like, and we can talk about this too, and this is why I wanted to show this. So they have a sort of similar dynamic. So if I go to like, if I try to like go in these sort of travel vlogs to somewhere like Western Sahara, which is occupied by the state of Morocco, what we see is a sort of similar dynamic, and it's like even similar mannerisms, but with like, it's like you can't really find a Western one. You can only sort of find an Arab one, which is like very interesting to me anyway. You know what I mean? So like this is like a similar type of travel documentary about occupied Western Sahara. Again, just like the other ones, it seems like it was sort of paid for by a government. Like it very clearly seems like that. But it's just like by an Arab woman, who, to be fair, is white. But like, I'm gonna fast forward a little bit. There's like these things that I wanted to show you, but my computer's sort of freezing and making noise again already within like 5 minutes this time, as opposed to 2 hours. And it's like she'll have these like compilations in here of like her doing yoga and shit. It's like really interesting. Um, oh, here's this like you see the music? It's like so weird to me. Okay, anyway, I'm not even gonna try anymore with that. But there's like a few places in this sort of when I was watching this that this actually really reminded me of in this book. And one of them was this definition that we keep going back to about this sort of like aboutness of Orientalism. It was in like the first definition. And you really, I don't know, I feel like you really get to see that in like a particular way. So Said had said in the first definition of Orientalism that by Orientalism, I mean anyone who teaches, writes about, or researches the Orient is an Orientalist. And you can kind of see, like, I felt like what you can kind of, it's so okay, I'll say a few things. I don't know, because I just have some observations based on what I just saw last night and this morning and the conversation I had with my best friend. And like one of the things that I kind of felt like was like, okay, so in a very obvious sense, the aboutness is very clear because they're talking about the place while they're standing in front of the people to someone else on a screen, right? So that aboutness is like very clear, I guess. But also, like, what's more interesting to me is how like the modes of discourse are like self-referential, as Said talks about. And what I mean by that is like they have these grammars by which you're supposed to do a travel vlog, right? But the world, like the geography of Iraq in that case, or of Western Sahara in that case, does not fucking match up with the world. So they'll be like, or even the affect. Like you start to see like how much the affect and like the grammars and the patterns of speech and the phrases are so tied into like a certain type of discourse that kind of is linked to geography, or like linked to a certain like idea of a world. And the reason I'm saying that is because it sounds fucking weird when she's like, I'm so happy to be in Erbil or whatever. You're like, what? Like literally like like nobody would say that. It just feels weird. It doesn't feel natural. Like even if she was happy, it doesn't feel natural. And so like for me, what I feel when I watch that is like, even the way that affect is sort of intoned, it's already ingrained within a certain sort of field of discourse called the world. And when you try to apply it to other shit, it just comes off as weird. It just comes off as weird. And then like any of the things that they would be like looking for or like wanting to do in like a travel vlog, like what are they like? They're acting like this place is like this like Paris or something, and it's like not. It's just clear it's not. So they're like frolicking through like a dirty street with like buildings that are run down. Like, you know what I mean? It's just very strange to me. But they don't change their grammar. They try to keep up the same sort of grammar. That's one thing that I felt that was like really, really interesting to me. And the other one was that, well, and I guess, okay. And then another one on that note was just that you get to really see like how much it's not even the anyoneness of it, because in the Sahrawi case, where there's a sort of occupation by an Arab country, not by a Western country, you see that the same sort of dynamic is played out, but by an Arab. So it's like it's so interesting to me. And she even plays this like Western EDM pop type music, does yoga in there. It's so interesting to me, and so you get to see the sort of grammar being replicated in that way. Yeah, and then another thing that I guess I was kind of reflecting on was like what Said was talking about in the part that I was talking about yesterday, which I thought was just crazy. In which he was basically saying that, where is it? So he in this part of what we had talked about yesterday. He's talking about like this sort of false distinction between knowledge and like political opinion, right? And he's trying to say all of it is political and all of it is ideological, and the things that are called knowledge are things that the sort of political and civil society, which is concurrent with an orientalist world or whatever, the things that are called the things that are like called political are the things that are kind of closer to the front lines of its expansion at that moment, and the things that are not are kind of called reality or knowledge, right? The things that don't, they're so universally not questioned because they're not being mobilized in that moment. And so he says that like here at the end, when he says, my point here is that Russia as a general subject matter has political priority over nicer distinctions, such as economics and literary history, because political society, in Gramsci's sense, reaches into such realms of civil society as the academy and saturates them with significance of direct concern to it, right? And so when I'm reading this thing about saturating it with significance, right, I'm like really, it's like really noticeable how much like these sort of vlogs, right? And other vlogs are not like that. Like I've seen travel vlogs before. Like when I'm gonna go somewhere, like for like an, I don't know, Airbnb. If I go to Airbnb, even in like for a trip for somebody's birthday or with my friends or something, like 4 or 5 hours away, I'm gonna be looking up these sort of videos to see what it's like. Or like sometimes I just like to watch these things. Like I know my parents actually really like to watch them, so I'm gonna be honest. Sometimes I watch them with them, but they really like to. Like they'll sit down together at night and just watch these videos on YouTube for forever, like all night. But they really like them. But what I noticed that's different about these is that they're very clearly sponsored by a government, and then they sort of have a certain agenda that's kind of wrapped into that. So like to tell the history, to do this sort of propagandizing work. And the point I want to make with that is that all of these are clearly sponsored by a government of some sort, or the sort of society which a government is just a part of. All of these sort of have the same, as we've been talking about, language or grammar underneath them. But the ones that are kind of closer to the border of the Orientalist world, and that's to say, like, the ones that, it seems like, the ones that are sort of involving things that are like, involving sort of front lines of where the Orientalist world is sort of expanding at this moment, the politicalness of it, it's not more political. The politicalness of it is just sort of threadbare. It's just like very visible, right? So I thought that was a great example of this, to be honest. So that's what I wanted to share, and I'm gonna get back to this reading now, and I'm just gonna have fun with it and just to see what happens. And yeah, yesterday we got through, like, we were going through it a little faster, and I felt like it was just because his writing is less dense right now. But I also wanted to mention before I start, and I'll mention this at the end too for whoever's watching, on Fridays I'm just going to have some fun and just stream cartoons and just talk about them and just have like little watch parties. And so like tomorrow, or probably a lot of Fridays, I love SpongeBob. Anyone who knows me in real life knows it's like my favorite thing in the world. So like I'm gonna be just watching SpongeBob tomorrow and just talking about it and just having fun. I'm trying to just have fun on this channel too, and that's because I think if you're following someone's thought, you should be able to like, it should be clear in the realm of that thought, like who their friends are, how they have fun, this sort of stuff. I don't think it has to be so serious. I think it can be fun. And that's not to say that the issues that we're talking about are not serious. They are. But we also have to have fun in our lives. Like, it's just known. And I don't know why they can't be together. So that's to say, as you saw maybe a few nights ago, I stream video games with my friends sometimes. We have our little video game squad. And I'm streaming cartoons on Fridays. And so I just wanted to say that. And if you're watching, if you're interested, if you know anyone who'd be interested in that sort of stuff, refer them. So yeah, okay, I'm gonna start. And thanks for bearing with me for like, I guess, an hour, half an hour I've been talking. I really don't know how long I've been talking. Okay. So in the part that what we kind of talked about yesterday, I think, if I can just recapitulate, was we started this third section of the introduction of Orientalism, in which Said is kind of talking about what he feels are three aspects of his contemporary reality, which for him point the way out of the methodological or perspectival difficulties I have been discussing. And the methodological or perspectival difficulties he's been discussing, for me, are like the way that Orientalism informs the method of even making meaning out of anything, right? And so the first kind of aspect of his contemporary reality that he is drawing is what he calls the distinction between pure and political knowledge. And from what I've gotten from that so far, from what I've understood from it so far, he's basically really saying like there's really no distinction. So that distinction is a aspect of my contemporary reality, but it's a false distinction. But the effect of that distinction is to make it so there are some things that are like, it's to make it so a great deal of like aspects of the sort of settler society that he's talking about, that he has to live within, etc., are not really seen as sort of political or politicized. So they're not really seen as part of the Orientalist apparatus, even within sort of his own circles. And this is because these are just things that are just called reality. And so that's sort of what he's talking about. And as an example, he says, you know, Noam Chomsky points out that any sort of scholarship about Vietnam during the Vietnam War in the U.S. was also being used as state-sponsored military research. And I'm extrapolating that to say that any sort of, I'm just going to read it actually. For a European or American studying the Orient, there can be no disclaiming the main circumstances of his actuality, that he comes up against the Orient as a European or American first, as an individual second. And so the way he kind of extrapolates that is to say that like any sort of study of the Orient replicates a sort of European way of being, and that's what he calls it earlier. And the reason why I feel like I'm saying European way of being instead of a younger me who would have said like Europeans or who would have focalized like white people in this, which I think white people are completely focalized still, but I think it's going actually deeper than that. Where he's saying that a sort of way of making meaning out of sort of studying or talking about or producing something called knowledge about the Orient is you're coming up sort of against it, right? And the word against is the word that I really focused on there. And the reason is because in this little map I drew, for example, the way that I kind of understand what he's talking about with Orientalism is Europe comes to understand itself as an entity because it has to distinguish itself from the entire Muslim world around it. And so, but it developed as a sort of civilization in its own history out of the Muslim world, so that's why on the first page side it says something like the Orient was not only adjacent to Europe, it was also the source of its civilizations, etc., etc. And you learn this in sort of school, like Mesopotamia was where agriculture first started, whatever, shit like this, right? But so this relationship forms as a European, or concurrent with a European way of being, or a European way of being, or definitive of a European way of being. This sort of relationship forms where something that is given value is at the center, and it has to sort of draw itself from its periphery or its margin. So the part that it draws from its periphery or its margin is its own sort of identity, and the part that it can't share, as it's continually remaking and making its own identity, it kicks off from. So this sort of infinite cycle of settlement, where you draw from this thing that you're marginalizing, and then you push it back out into the margins, right? You draw what you want from it and push it back out over and over and over again. This is like a sort of three-dimensional way of sort of figuring how we literally make meaning out of concepts, how we literally make meaning in the world. And what Said is saying is that this whole thing is rooted in the foundation of a European way of being, which saw itself, even to call itself European, as doing that with the Orient. And I think it's a three-dimensional way of saying something which you can also say in two dimensions, which is that in order to sort of create a notion of progress or of development or of change, you're sort of moving from a point A to point B, right? Even in a schematized way of saying that. But in order to create the impression of a movement from point A to point B, what you really have to do is to differentiate yourself. You have to like break yourself off from the point A. And all the things that you've broken off from, like all the things that you've sort of left behind or kicked off from, that becomes like reinforced as the point A. And all the things that you are now like, that you're taking with you to do that, right? Because you can't not take things with you to do that. That sort of becomes the point B. So it's a sort of creation and recreation of difference to give the impression of movement or progression or development or change or time or history or any of this stuff, right? So that's a two-dimensional way of sort of saying what Said and what I'm saying in sort of three dimensions, which is this sort of sphere blob thing. And so that's what I kind of understood from this part. And I'm just going to keep going now, basically. So I'm going to read the sentence again, and then I'm just going to keep going. And to be a European, where am I? And to be a European, where is it? And to be a European or an American in such a situation is by no means an inert meant and means being aware, however dimly, that one belongs to a power with definite interests in the Orient, and more importantly, that one belongs to a part of the earth with a definite history of involvement in the Orient since the time of Homer. I really love that part of the earth. That's something that I recognize this time. So there's two things that I kind of recognize about that as I'm reflecting back on it now that I'm reading it again. The first thing is not really a reflection. I just want to share something that it made me think of, which is that, it's this line from this talk by this thinker named Fred Moen that I saw years ago that I literally think about every single day. It really changed my life. But he said something like, "Mourning for lost community is the settler's longing for welcome," or something like that. I really, really love that, and I think about it all the time. And when Said talks about belonging here, and sort of how this idea of belonging to a community sort of de facto, right, or wanting to belong to a community, and so sort of wanting to sort of get into this sort of closed group, right? But in order to even understand it as a closed group, someone needs to be on the outside, right? This is sort of a sort of foundational impulse or feeling of settlerness. And I really see that in Said's word belonging here. Being aware that one belongs to a power with definite interests in the Orient. And so like the question for me there is like, what does it mean to belong, and how much does the belonging anchor that? And then also this language of part of the earth. I like that a lot too. And the reason why I like that is because it feels to me like a really like, there's a lot of friction in that, right? Because on the one hand, he's kind of saying that these geographies are like man-made. Like even he said earlier, actually, I'll find it. He said earlier, we must take seriously Vico's great observation that men make their own history, that what they can know is what they have made and extended to geography, as both geographical and cultural entities, to say nothing of historical entities. Such locales, regions, geographical sectors as Orient and Occident are man-made. So he's literally saying the concept of geography is a construct, right? But then, at the end of this, he's sort of saying, more important, the sort of Orientalist belongs to a part of the earth with a definite history of involvement in the Orient. And so we can take that. So for me, like when I think about that, I'm like, okay, so first of all, that seems directly contradictory to this caveat Said made in his second definition of Orientalism, right? Where he says, It's based upon an ontological and epistemological distinction made between the Orient and most of the time the Occident, right? And so what I mean by that is like, well, how could that be? How could it sort of, how could the more important aspect be this sort of belonging to this part of the earth, if it's only most of the time, right? So how does this sort of work with Orientalism, sort of paradigmatically, so to speak? And the other thing I think about that is, how do you sort of link this to the earth when like this is a conversation about settlerness, right? So like this statement would not be the same. Like, how would the statement hold congruently in like a case where like the U.S. was not settled versus a case where the U.S. or whatever the U.S. was not a settler colony that existed, and in the case where the U.S. is a settler colony that existed. And I'm saying that to say that the part of the earth that like settlers on the U.S. sort of in the that make up the U.S., right? This part of the earth is not actually their part of the earth, right? And so then I could take that, I guess, to be like, well, they're coming from they feel still like they belong to a different part of the earth. I actually see that and I fuck with it. And I think it applies to his own settler context, right? Like all like these people that are like living on the land that he literally remembers are not from that part of the earth, right? And so it's rough for me in a sense, but the way I sort of make sense of it is that this sort of idea of belonging to a part of the earth. So it can't just be part of the earth. It has to be a sort of a feeling that you belong to a part of the earth, right? So you've already parsed the earth out into sort of bordered areas in order to even dictate your belonging to it. And so that's sort of the way that I read it now, where I'm like, okay, so it's a sort of way of being, a European way of being, so to speak, that actually like already has borders built into it. And then it's sort of, in that sense, it's sort of a way of laying claim to the earth, and that's like deeply like reflective of a sort of settlerness. That's the way that I kind of read that now. So I kind of read this all as him like reading them back on themselves, right? We're not going to read the first chapter, but in the first chapter of the book, he spends a lot of time with like this concept of history, involvement in the Orient since almost the time of Homer. And what he's kind of saying is like an entity builds back its own history, and in the case of the West, it built back its own history by way of choosing sort of civilizations who it felt like were also coming up against the Orient. And so like in the case of ancient Greece, it's like ancient Persia. And so I see this as kind of like a reading it back on itself, sort of. Like he's not literally saying they belong to this, but they feel that they belong to this. This is the way that they conceptualize belonging. That's the way I sort of see that. I'm going to be right back in like 30 seconds, and I'm going to keep reading after that. Oh my god, I realized that I forgot to play the music. What am I doing? Let's see. Alright. So I'm going to keep going. And to be a European or American in such a situation is by no means an inert fact. It meant and means being aware, however dimly, that one belongs to a power with definite interests in the Orient, and more important, that one belongs to a part of the earth with a definite history of involvement in the Orient almost since the time of Homer. Put in this way, these political actualities are still too undefined and too general to be really interesting. Anyone who would agree to them without necessarily agreeing also that they mattered very much. For instance, to Flaubert, as he wrote, Salambo, or to H.A.R. Gibb as he wrote Modern Trends in Islam. The trouble is that there is too great a distance between the big dominating facts, as I have described it, and the details of everyday life that govern the minute discipline of a novel or a scholarly text as each is being written. Yet, if we eliminate from the start any notion that big facts like imperial domination can be applied mechanically and deterministically to such complex matters as culture and ideas, then we will begin to approach an interesting kind of study. My idea is that European and then American interest in the Orient was political according to some of the obvious historical accounts of it that I have given here, but that it was the culture that created that interest, that acted dynamically, along with the brute political, economic, and military rationales, to make the Orient the varied and complicated place that it obviously was in the field that I call Orientalism. I really, really, really love that. And so, I guess I'm going to take it piece by piece, because I think that what he's saying to me is like, I feel like I get it, but I just want to like spend time with it and just chill with it, basically, because a lot of times when I'm reading this book, I feel like there's a sort of lesson that's sort of underneath in the way that it's being taught, and it's really beyond the sort of subject matter. And so the first thing that I want to do is just to sit with like, what political actualities is he talking about? So put in this way, these political actualities are still too undefined and general to be really interesting. And so when I read that, I think what he's talking about when he says actualities, is like the main circumstances that go into it. Wait, that's not true. Look, he even says the word actuality up here. Okay, so good thing that I saw that. I guess actuality here, so let's look at this sentence, right? For if it is true that no production of knowledge in the human sciences can ever ignore or disclaim its author's involvement as a human subject in his own circumstances, then it must also be true that for a European or American studying the Orient, there can be no disclaiming the main circumstances of his actuality. And so that's why I'm like, actuality is sort of, like for me, like actuality here kind of feels like all the things that make up the author's involvement in his circumstances. Like all the things that kind of make him irreducibly just like a human being who like is going through a bunch of shit and has like an infinity of factors that like his shit is invested in or involved in that like affect how he thinks. And so that's why he's kind of saying here, like, the main circumstances of his actuality, the ones that inform all of this shit, is that he thinks in a mode of againstness. He has a European way of being that overdetermines or that informs or that circumscribes or that already decides all of the possibilities of his actuality and how he's oriented to them. And so then when I go back to this and I see, like, put in this way, these political actualities are still too undefined and general to be really interesting. What I understand from that is like, actually, let me read the next sentence and then go back, because I have an idea, but I want to make sure. Anyone would agree to them without necessarily agreeing also that they mattered very much. For instance, to Flaubert, as he wrote Salambo, or to H.A.R. Gibb, as he wrote Modern Trends in Islam. So by political actualities, I see that there's two things that it could mean. The first thing are like the circumstances that are actually going into these sort of writers as they're writing. Like all the things that affected Flaubert's mood as he was writing this book, or H.A.R. Gibb as he was writing this book. Like not just mood, but like life. Like that's the first way I would read it. But the second way I would read it is like sort of like events. Like um not events, but like okay, so I guess there's three ways I would read it. The second way I would read it is sort of like events, like the things that are like politically definitive of the moment that he's in while he's writing about the thing that he's in. So for example, like for Flaubert, it's like France's involvement in the Orient. That's like a second way I would read it. And the third way I would read it is like he's talking about the sort of way of being. And like their political actualities are like Flaubert's European way of being, and what he's saying is like it's very difficult to like define it in an objective way. So I'm just thinking about it, and I'm like, I think it could be all three to some degree. Like I don't think it's so like singular. Like it has to be one meaning. And the reason I feel that way is because yeah. The reason I feel that way is because I think what he's really pointing out is yeah, okay, actually no, I'm getting a whole different reading of it now. Yes. Okay. Sorry, something was just clicking for me and I'm like really getting it. So I think that this word general is a word that he's used before and it means something. And I'll show you. In his first definition of Orientalism, he says, compared with Oriental studies or area studies, it is true that the term Orientalism is less preferred by specialists today, both because it is too vague and general, and because it connotes the high-handed executive attitude of 19th century, early 20th century European colonialism. And then later on the page, he says, related to this academic tradition, whose fortunes, transmigration, specializations, and transmissions are in part the subject of the study, is a more general meaning for Orientalism. So for him, general sort of here means abstract. And so that's kind of what I thought of, actually, when I was sitting with this right now. And I'm like, okay. So maybe he's sort of referring to a certain like level of abstraction. And what he's sort of saying is anyone would agree that these sort of things that I'm talking about, these sort of generalities of like Orientalism and like againstness and involvement. Oh man, the fan is really heating up, huh? Okay, well, I hope that you can hear me for whoever's watching and that it's not too like intense. I don't know why for the first like 4 or 5 days I was streaming there was no fan, and for the last like few days it just got so intense, like right away, and faster each day. So I'm really not sure why, but I hope that it's not too distracting for folks watching. So okay, so yeah, that's what I'm getting from this sentence, that these sort of actualities he's talking about, it's like very difficult to sort of pin them down onto like how they specifically inform or affect these writers. That's how I read that. And so then he says, the trouble is that there is too great a distance between the big dominating fact, as I have described it, and the details of everyday life that govern the minute discipline of a novel or a scholarly text as it is being written. Right? And so that helps me a little bit, I think, in my understanding of this paragraph, because if I'm seeing him sort of hold these political actualities against the sort of writing of these books, and then saying in the next sentence that he's holding a sort of big dominating fact against the writing of the books, then yeah, the political actualities are these sort of big dominating facts, right? That's what I kind of understand from this. So that's that's how I read that. Yet if we eliminate from the start any notion that big facts like imperial domination can be applied mechanically and deterministically to such complex matters as culture and ideas, then we will begin to approach an interesting kind of study. Okay, so I really love that. So basically what he's saying is, the reason why this seems so detached or like impersonal or like weird or like unimportant or whatever is because people take a structure, when you take a structure as sort of inert or stagnant, when you take a sort of, and what I mean by structure is like what Said is trying to do by defining the internal rules or the internal consistency of Orientalism, right? So you say like the structure of race works X way, and so because so and so thinker says the structure of race works X way, I'm gonna just take a variety of events and films and TV shows and conversations and whatever and just read them back into that, right? And what kind of happens then is a sort of like fixedness, which Said is saying like it feels like it'll never take because you're creating the linkage. Even though the linkage you can see, you still have to sort of manifest it in that moment. You still have to sort of like flesh it out and prove it. It's but what he's saying, I think, is that like rather than sort of trying to, the problem with that sort of thinking is that if the structure that you're talking about, the sort of like, yeah, if like this structure of like the rules of like how you think like being will be dictated or actions will be dictated, when you're trying to describe something as part of a sort of pattern or as part of a sort of field or as part of a sort of whatever, if you take that as like sort of this like untouchable thing that everything just gets assimilated into, that's totally detached from sort of human involvement, then what also happens is, which you're kind of contradicting yourself, right? Because you're saying like on the one hand that it's sort of inaccessible to human beings, but on the other hand that it's always accessible to human beings, right? So then the way that that kind of contradiction is sort of resolved, this is just a little tangent. The way that I think that this is like a dynamic that's very common when you're like reading like any thinker, especially on race, to be honest. And the way that the thinkers will generally resolve that is by sort of positioning themselves as the linkage point, right? Between like, so they kind of have access to how everything fits into this pattern, right? But they themselves, their own writing is not also part of this sort of pattern, right? So it's like, yeah, basically it's some missionary shit. And for that reason, and because of that, and in that, it's a dishonest sort of form of thought, and it'll never really be taken up, like organically. And so, if you're going to be more honest, then you kind of are understanding this thing as not only a sort of external structure, but as something that everyone is actively participating in, recreating and spreading and inventing within in their own ways, right? People are changing it all the time. There's a few people that I like that I think of when I read that, when I say that, and when I'm thinking about this, and when I read the sentence, and I'll just like shout them out here for anyone who's watching who wants further reading. One of them is a thinker that I really love. Her name is Ray Terada, and she has an essay called "The Frailty of the Ontic" that I think is like really great. That talks about this. Said's previous book, Beginnings, talks about this too. But another one is this guy named Alan Feldman, and he has a book called Formations of Violence that I think is a really great book that's also about this. So that's just me shouting out resources for anybody who like wants to kind of go there, think about it, whatever, and just to cite my sources, I guess. But what Feldman talks about in that book, which I like, is he's basically like, especially in struggle, the way I take what he says is, especially in struggle, we have this sort of contradictory understanding of violence. The world and the production of the world and the settler society, whatever, it's violent, right? And we sort of know that, right, about it. And then on the other hand, we kind of have a deep understanding that the only way to really change this shit is through violence. We already know that too. And so we have this idea of violence as this means of, as this sort of thing that is inherently changes things, right? But we don't see the sort of violent structure as itself inherently changing all the time, right? We want to see it as sort of inert and fixed. And what I think Said has been trying to show all the time is that when you see something as sort of inert and fixed, that is sort of, you're sort of falling into the logic of Orientalism, right? So that's kind of what I understood from this sentence. Yet, if we eliminate from the start any notion that big facts like imperial domination can be applied mechanically and deterministically, so that's how I take mechanically and deterministically, right? Mechanically being like, beep bop, XYZ fits into ABC, right? Whatever. Deterministically, as in like, these things are already determined in advance. That's how I take that, but I'll look it up just to make sure. Relating to the philosophical doctrine that all events, including human action, are ultimately determined by causes regarded as external to the will. So, there you go. Mechanically and deterministically to such complex matters as culture and ideas, then we will begin to approach an interesting kind of study. My idea is that European and then American interest in the Orient was political according to some of the obvious historical accounts of it that I had given here. But that it was the culture that created that interest, that acted dynamically along with brute political, economic, and military rationales to make the Orient the varied and complicated place that it obviously was in the field I call Orientalism. Okay. And so it's interesting, right? Because what I was talking about invention, I feel like I'm reminded of that in this word created. And so like, again, what we're seeing in the context of this conversation is that politics is not just the institutions, right? But politics is a sort of way of being, way of approaching the world, that on the one hand manifests itself in the institutions called nation states, political parties, political movements, radical political groups, all of this sort of stuff. They share a certain logic that's also sort of shared by a certain culture, right? But that there's this sort of relationship between the two. And this is something that I feel like I've been reading a lot in Saïd, in this book, where there's a sort of push and pull of two forces in the creation of meaning and the recreation of meaning out of anything. The recreation of like, in the constant production of this thing called reality, or of this thing called the world. Settler concepts, right? Concepts that settle in us, right? But there's this sort of cultural aspect, which is always inventing and progressing it and pushing its boundaries outward and whatever. But pushing boundaries outward of a settlement or of a sort of settler colony in the most abstract sense is obviously not like a thing that is beneficial to us, I guess, or healthy for the earth, right? But on the other hand, it needs also this sort of regulating function, right? And this regulating function is what then the thing that we are calling political, right? And so what this reminds me of actually is like, and yeah, so then you see this sort of, this progressive like left or liberal tendency to sort of want to move history forward. You know what I mean? Like in a certain way. It's a progressive, productive tendency, right? And then you see that sort of tendency is concurrent with this other sort of tendency, which is to sort of want to limit and slow down the movement, right? And both of these things sort of need each other, and the push and pull between them is what actually forms like a sort of healthy society, I guess. But what that reminds me, or healthy society, right? Healthy. So this is what I'm talking about. A healthy settler society, right? But what this reminds me of, honestly, is like the current moment that we're in, to be honest, when we see a sort of pull toward fascism. And what I mean by that is so much of the language becomes about limitation, right? And people will sort of, so I was sitting with my grandma last night, and she was watching like a documentary called like the 90s, the last great decade or something like that, right? Whatever. But the whole point of the documentary was like, in the 90s, there was so much invention, and like in the early 2000s, there was so much invention, right? But there isn't as much now. And I think it's happening at all levels. Like this sort of push and pull is happening within itself, outside of itself. But like when I think of like, I don't know, cancel culture or some shit, I think of like, which is like in my opinion, especially pervasive among like left communities, you can see that it's actually a same sort of tendency to want to limit, right? A tendency to sort of want to close off something, right? A tendency to sort of want to banish something, right? To slow down the movement of something, to stop the movement of something, of an idea, of a person, of whatever, right? And so you can really see like a sort of fascist tendency that is also kind of present in like right areas, obviously, right? As in the US government, for example, that are actually being replicated in the same fundamental logic, just in different fields, in different areas, in a sort of left area. So what you see is that like the whole of the political, and that is the whole of the entire world that identifies in that way, or that embodies those sort those sort of feelings or whatever, that sort of way of being, is sort of pulled into this sort of point in this oscillation where it's wants to limit everything, right? So there's like a deep sort of we're in a limiting moment in this, and then we'll oscillate back. And so I'm saying we, because I'm also part of this public, we all are in our own ways, right? I feel myself getting pulled into it all the time, and I'm trying to just read myself against it and read myself out of it all the time. But I'm saying we, I think, in a responsible way. But what Said is kind of saying is that it's not really an era in the sort of history that's unfolding. Instead, it's just part of this sort of oscillation, right? Which then is always writing itself and being rewritten as like a moment which has been followed by and will be followed by, or which will be followed by and follows a sort of progressive time or a progressive tendency, right? And like one thing that I also think of when I think about that is, and I'm saying this last example to say that the way I read this, it's not so unitary. Like there's like one overarching progressive and one overarching limitation, and this sort of push. It's happening at all levels all the time. It's just the way that meaning is made out of anything, right? And an example that I'd give of that is like there's this book that I really like called Terrorist Assemblages by this thinker named Jasbir Puar. And people always tell me that what I see in her book is not what she sees in her book. And I actually think that's true. I've seen her speak. And I got the feeling that she does not understand what is significant about her book. That's what I understood. And maybe I'm wrong, or maybe that sounds fucked up. I don't know. But I understood that she did not have the same impression of like anyone that I felt like saw something important in her book was talking about her own book, Terrorist Assemblages. And that happens, you know. But anyway, something that I really liked about that book that I thought was really interesting is what it was kind of talking about is in like in the moment of what she calls the coming out of U.S. empire, when like U.S. occupies Iraq, like basically just comes out as an imperialist force. Like it's not even like, it's like mask off sort of, like it's whatever, like in the era where there's a U.S. enforced genocide of Iraqis, like millions of Iraqis being killed, what you see actually is the progressive gender and like basically like women's rights, LGBT rights, trans rights movements in the U.S. at this time. So you really get to see like the fucked upness and the leechingness of a sort of settler society, right? This is what I get from her book. I don't think she talks about it like that. She sort of does, but maybe not in this context. But like, so you really get to see, because what's happening then is like the sort of violence being imparted on Iraq during this time is also a production of a sort of difference, right? Where the sort of gender and sexual norms of Iraqis are being basically like forced and reinforced into this idea of like an archaicness. And then like the sort of US is like able to be sort of freer and more progressive, but not really able. What they're trying to do is to create difference, right? And so it's always this sort of push and pull and this sort of oscillation within itself, but also producing a sort of orient that's also being taken from and pushed away at the same time. If that makes sense. So that's something that I thought was really, really interesting. And so you really get to see like what she is basically saying in that book is that like the reason it can do that is because the category for like sexual or gender deviance is just being displaced onto Iraqis. Like, and you could actually see that happening at this time because concurrent with all these sort of progressive movements is like gay people can't exist in Iraq, like pink washing, gay people can't exist in Palestine, like things like this, right? And so what you really see is it's not really about like these sort of it's not really a progression of anything. It's actually just a creation of difference, right? And I'm also saying that to say that, or a maintenance of difference, or an enforcement of difference, or an enforcement of an impression of difference, right? Because as Said is saying, the idea of the Orient is a managed one. It's far different than the actual, whatever actuality it's referring to. And yeah, so I really love that, but I am bringing it up here because I think it's a great example of what's happening here, which is that even in this time period, in which there's like the Patriot Act, like a sort of cracking down on limitations imposed by the political side of this sort of settler society. There's also a sort of progressiveness, a sort of progression happening at the same time, and these things are balancing each other out. But if we get caught inside of it, we feel like we're part of this other side, right? But being caught in it is the whole trap because we forget that it's all part of the same sort of production of meaning of the same concept. So anyway, that's what I thought of when I read this. My idea is that European and then American interest in the Orient was political according to some of the obvious historical accounts of it that I have given here, but that it was the culture that created that interest, that acted dynamically along with brute political, economic, and military rationales to make the Orient the varied and complicated place that it obviously was in the field that I call Orientalism. Okay, so this is like literally what I was just talking about, in my opinion. Right? So the culture is sort of acting dynamically, it's changing. The culture of like sexual and gender norms, and it translates into rights, so to speak, right? Because it's raiding itself back into the politics also, but it's being produced in a sort of cultural moment, right? And that's the role of culture in this. It's a productive aspect of the same society that needs itself to have a productive and a limiting aspect, right? So this is what I see with dynamically here. That's what I see in the word dynamically here. That acted dynamically along with brute political, economic, and military rationales to make the Orient the varied and complicated place it obviously was in the field I call Orientalism. And so I think this term, along with here, is the opposite of the term against that we've been seeing. I don't even think I need to talk about that. Like, that's just something that I feel is obvious. But one thing also that I notice in this is this word brute, which we've seen a lot. But I kind of like it here because the way that I feel like I remember the word brute in this is twice. He's used it twice in my memory. The first time, okay, and I think the first two times are the same, but I'm going to make sure about this. There were and are, this is when Said is talking about how the image or the idea called Orient that's managed by the West can never actually fully represent the entire thing that it claims, right? Welcome to, I think I have 4 viewers right now. Welcome, y'all. I hope you're enjoying yourself. I'm just reading and thinking. There were and are cultures and nations whose location is in the East, and their lives, histories, and customs have a brute reality obviously greater than anything that could be said about them in the West. And so this sort of brute here, what I had felt when I read that was like he's sort of making this ironic commentary on how the thing that is claiming to represent them is a sort of civilizing cause, and everything outside of it is sort of this brute thing, right? That's how I understood it when he used that word. That's how I read it. But then he uses it again later, right? And I think, if I remember correctly, it's in the same way. I hear my fan really heating up. And so for everyone watching, I'm so sorry if it sounds fucking annoying. I literally don't know what to do about it. I have an old computer, and the last few days, it just started doing this, and I don't know why. But it started doing it faster and faster. So it started doing it after 4 hours 2 days ago, 2 hours yesterday, and after about 5 minutes today. so I think my computer is just getting fed up with me or something. But it's been sort of cycling in this, in today, where it's getting so fucking loud. It's crazy. Yeah, and I really don't know why, because, anyway, so, hopefully you can still hear me. If you can't, you should let me know in the chat. It'd be really helpful, or hopefully, maybe try streaming at a slightly lower video quality. What's up, Nix? I'm so happy to see you back here. It's really nice to see you in the chat, and I hope you've been well. Let me see if I can do that. So I'm gonna actually just chill for a sec. I'm not gonna even stop the stream. I'm just gonna see if I can find a way to stream at a lower quality. And stream. Y'all see how much this is freezing? This is crazy. I don't think this is gonna pull up anything, but let's try. Audio track, recording, audio, video. Stream, let's try it again. Let me try going into my Twitch settings, maybe? What's up, Judge? Welcome back. I have all these people in my stream today who I feel like I haven't seen in a little bit. So it's really, really nice. I guess this is an informal break, y'all. Sorry to just stop in the middle of my point, but I would love to hear your thoughts. If you feel like you were into something I was saying, or if you had any thoughts about it, just let me know. I mean, I talk to each other in the chat. Right now, I'm just trying to figure out like how I can sort of maybe change the settings here to make it so my stream quality is a little bit less. So lower Twitch stream quality. The thing about Twitch is I feel like Twitch changes its like mechanism a lot. That's what I've been noticing when I've been trying to look up ways to stop this fan thing. So like Twitch totally changes its like whole software like multiple times over. And so like a lot of the sort of articles like this are just dated and they don't even have these sort of settings anymore. Okay, see, so this is for this. Okay, so this is for like oh, thanks, Nix. Let's see. How to optimize your settings for Streamlabs OBS. For live streamers taking their first steps, click on the settings cog in the lower left-hand corner. Navigate to output. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Software. Quality and resolution. Okay, let's try it. Okay? Thank you so much, Nix. This is really nice of you to help. Output. Let's see. Oh, you can scroll down. Recording. Let me just read this article in full first. Adjust your resolution. Select video from the side panel in the window. You can leave the base resolution. It is, however, recommended to lower the output resolution since streaming in 1080p can have a significant effect on your CPU. Okay, let's try that first. video. All this shit is locked. And I guess it's probably, I'm guessing, because I had not paid for like the main, for like the real Streamlabs OBS. What do y'all think? Yeah, it won't let me change this stuff. I've been here before too. Yeah, it looks like it just won't let me change it right now. So I guess, is it like listenable? Is it like awful? Because if it's not listenable, what I can do is I can just stop the stream right now, see how much it is, see if I can pay for it, and then just try it again. Because this has been 3 days in a row and I've been trying to do it. But I'm just interested to hear from y'all if you feel like it's listenable still. But let me keep reading this too in the meantime. I think all these settings are just locked. Enable dynamic bitrate. Let's try that. Where was that? I think I forgot. Yeah, it was in advanced. Under network. Where was I? Oh, here we go. Okay, I was able to enable dynamic bitrate. So that's something. The audio is fine. Okay, cool. So I'm just gonna continue then. And yeah, welcome to the chat, folks. Welcome to my stream. I'm really happy to have you, and I'm just gonna keep going. Yeah, okay. So, yeah, so the last part of that sentence I was just talking about was like the word brute here. And I said that I felt like the first time, like the word brute was being used almost ironically in order to make like a commentary on like the civilizingness of the thing that purports to be a representative. Right? So like what I think of when I think of that, honestly, is like in so much of like my political activism work sometimes, like so much of the work is to like politicize our communities or whatever that means. It starts to feel like missionary work for me, to me, honestly, at some point. But like so much of this sort of activism that I've seen that I've been involved in is a sort of people that are feeling like they're representatives for their communities. But that also kind of comes with this sort of conversion desire, like to convert their communities also. And to convert their communities into sort of, wow, it's getting so loud, into the sort of like political radicalism, basically, in their own words, which is really just to politicize them. And it starts to feel to me like a civilizing mission on everyone's mamas, basically, and their grandmas and their aunties. Like, these are the people that I can imagine that they're thinking of when they're like, some people in our struggle are not involved. And it's like, those people. I literally, like, I don't even know. But for me, like, when I think of, like, a sort of representational tendency as also being a sort of civilized tendency that sees people outside of it as sort of brute, that's what I think of. Wow, this is crazy loud. These continue to bear on, and then another time he uses it is when he's talking about, what is he talking about here? Oh, like the notion of like how the word political is kind of seen as like a designation of like how, of like a way something is instead of like everything. And he says, no one has ever devised a method for detaching the scholar from the circumstances of life, from the fact of his involvement with a class, a set of beliefs, a social position, or from the mere activity of being a member of society. These continue to bear on what he does professionally, even though naturally enough, his research and its fruits do attempt to reach a level of relative freedom from the inhibitions and the restrictions of brute, everyday reality. Right? And so even then, like, what I get from that is like the sort of new world that like the person who is a writer, whether a fiction writer or I've been calling a sort of theorist, a creative nonfiction writer, is doing, is to like displace the thing outside as a sort of brute reality, right? So in any case, like your world is a sort of representative or a civilizing sort of mission. And then so then when I'm saying that to say, that's how I read those two times of brute. But then when I see this sort of like line over here, where is it? My idea is that European and then American interest in the Orient was political according to some of the obvious historical accounts of it that I have given here, but that it was the culture that created that interest, that acted dynamically along with brute political, economic, and military rationales to make the Orient the varied and complicated place that it obviously was in the field I call Orientalism. So I really love this third use of brute for me because it really sort of like pinpoints for me the way that Saïd feels about this shit, right? And what I mean by that is like when I see the word brute here, I feel like he's saying like in the eyes of these sort of like cultural progress, the sort of cultural progress ideology, like the sort of status quo is a sort of brute, like whatever, like the sort of bruteness, right? Which is like what I think of that when I think about that honestly, is like the way that in like liberal tendencies to like treat like their conservative counterparts as like uncivilized or as like basic or as like archaic, right? This sort of like latent condescension that I kind of see in the way that like liberals talk about their like other half. And so then you can sort of see again this sort of representational, civilizational sort of feeling or attitude and like what it does, right? And so often that sort of like feeling or that sort of like, so often those sort of condescending attitudes targeting like their conservative counterparts, I find, are like targeting, and in my head they're all the same, but it's, for me it's like so much of it is like targeting like their religiousness, I find, or like lately in the sort of pandemic wave, their distrust of the government, which is so interesting to me, the way have seen it reversed. But anyways, so this, when I see the word brute used here in a sort of turned way from the last two ways he's used brute, I'm like, okay, so he's commenting on how the sort of brute reality outside of the sort of thing that can be represented is sort of the thing that the culture, the sort of cultural production is sort of pushing out, right? That's how I kind of read that. And if y'all have thoughts, because I know I'm kind of going off on tangents today, if you feel like you want to join in, feel free. I'm happy to have so many of you here. So I'm going to read this paragraph back and just keep going. I really enjoyed reading this paragraph, honestly, and I enjoyed thinking and talking about it. It was really fun. Put in this way, these political actualities are still too undefined and general to be really interesting. Anyone would agree to them without necessarily agreeing also that they mattered very much, for instance, to Flaubert as he wrote Salammbô, or to H.A.R. Gibb as he wrote Modern Trends in Islam. The trouble is that there is too great a distance between the big dominating fact, as I have described it, and the details of everyday life that govern the minute discipline of a novel or a scholarly text as each is being written. Yet, if we eliminate from the start any notion that big facts like imperial domination can be applied mechanically and deterministically to such complex matters as culture and ideas, then we will begin to approach an interesting kind of study. My idea is that European and then American interest in the Orient was political according to some of the obvious historical accounts of it that I have given here, but that it was the culture that created that interest, that acted dynamically along with brute political, economic, and military rationales to make the Orient the varied and complicated place that it obviously was in the field I call Orientalism. Therefore, Orientalism is not a mere political subject matter or a field that is reflected passively by culture, scholarship, or institutions, nor is it a large and diffuse collection of texts about the Orient, nor is it representative and expressive of some nefarious Western imperialist plot to hold down the Oriental world. It is rather a distribution of geopolitical awareness into aesthetic, scholarly, economic, sociological, historical, and philological texts. It is an elaboration not only of a basic geographical distinction, the world is made up of two unequal halves, Orient and Occident, but also a whole series of interests which, by such means as scholarly discovery, philological reconstruction, psychological analysis, landscape, and sociological description, it not only creates but also maintains. It is, rather than expresses, a certain will or intention to understand, in some cases, to control, manipulate, even to incorporate, what is manifestly different or alternative and novel world. It is above all, this is all one sentence, it is above all a discourse that is by no means in direct corresponding relationship with political power in the raw, but rather is produced and exists in an uneven change. Wow, I just want to finish the sentence. And it is produced and exists in an uneven exchange with various kinds of power, shaped to a degree by the exchange with power political as with colonial or imperial establishment, power intellectual as with rating sciences like comparative linguistics or anatomy or any of the modern policy sciences, power cultural as with orthodoxies and canons of taste, text, values, power moral as with ideas about what we do and what they cannot do or understand as we do. Okay, so this is one sentence, but I'm laughing because the sentence is just crazy. But also, I'm kind of laughing. Like, I want to just, like, be like, what the fuck? Because this is literally exactly how I've been feeling, I feel like, for the whole ass book. And I forgot that this sentence was even in here. But now, I don't feel so crazy in my reading. Because I was, like, acutely aware that the way I was reading it, like, of course, I'm acutely aware. For anyone who's watching, who's ever watched any or read anything about Orientalism, anything that even uses that word, what should be clear to you by now is that it is night and day from what I have been talking about in this book. It's not even comparable. It's not even the same conversation. It's not even close to the same conversation. It's not even a slight misunderstanding. It's a completely different conversation. And so that's to say that when I'm reading a book like this, like, I know that the way I'm reading it, and I know I'm reading it very carefully, but I also kind of always have this feeling like, damn, like, is this just me hella reading my own shit into it? But actually, he's literally saying that here. So, like, I don't know, it's just really like, wow, I forgot this sentence was not even in here, was even in here. And so, I guess let's just take it piece by piece, and however long it takes, I'm excited to see, like, what comes out at the other end of it when I feel like we have sort of gotten through this, because honestly I feel like we could just stop reading here. To be honest. We won't, but I'm just saying, like, it feels so like wrapping up so much of the conversation that he's been talking about, with the therefore, you know what I mean? But in actuality we're not even halfway through the introduction. But look at the stakes of this. So Orientalism is not a mere political subject matter, right? Okay, period. Orientalism is not a mere political subject matter that is reflected passively by culture, scholarship, or institution. So let's just take this one piece. Orientalism is not a mere political subject matter or field that is reflected passively by culture, scholarship, or institutions. So the few things that I think about that sentence, like, the first things that it makes me think of are, one, like, this reminds me of what he's been saying about how Orientalism is not a specific political field, right? That's what he's been saying in this whole distinction, right? In this whole discussion of a distinction between pure and political knowledge, which is sort of what this section is about, right? And I just want to say thank you, Nix, for that suggestion, for linking the article, because I feel like the fan noise has gotten so much better. It's like 10 times better. And so I really appreciate you. I always appreciate you being in my stream, but, like, every time you're in my stream, you make it better in a different way. And this way you really helped me not have to worry about this fan noise. And I think like when I watch the streams back, the fan noise makes it like unbearable for me to watch. So, yeah, thank you for that. Okay, therefore, Orientalism is not a. So, okay, first of all, when I read this first line, I'm like, okay, this is familiar to me because he's been saying it's like the whole way of approaching subject matter that would even call one thing political and one thing knowledge. Right? That is reflected passively by culture, scholarship, or institutions. Okay. And then when I read this second line, it makes me feel like that's what he was just talking about, right? So this first line for me is a sort of recapping or a reflection on the whole section so far, which is that the first part was about how, yeah, like I just said, Orientalism is not a political subject matter or field, but it is the way of creating a field which makes some things political, which calls some things political, and which calls some things non-political, but which is all political. And that it's not like an abstract structure. It's being actively recreated and expanded by every single stakeholder in it. Okay, so this first clause, I feel like I get it. Okay, but then he just throws this whole shit upside down, right? Okay, because he says, nor is it even a large and diffuse collection of texts about the Orient, right? So like what we see then is this actually is like this is what we've been kind of feeling when we're reading, right? This is what I've been feeling when I've been reading this whole time. The Orient is a sort of anchor at the most abstract level to cohere these sort of meanings. But everything that happens within that, it doesn't even have to be about the Orient. So all these definitions of Orientalism are in the context of him trying to talk about the Orient, quote unquote, specifically. And maybe we can write this into the fact that it's because he makes it clear that his stakes are trying to understand this American approach, which we can understand as what's going on with Philistine. That's how I read it, right? But he's saying it's not even a collection of, it's not even about the Orient. Nor is it even about a certain like. Okay, so let's actually think about this for a second, right? Because this phrase is very complicated to me. Nor is it even representative and expressive of some nefarious Western imperial plot to hold down the Oriental world, right? And so when I see this word, these words, representative and expressive, what I immediately think of is this part earlier when he uses that exact phrase, when he's defining Orientalism. Where is it? It's, I think up here. The Orient has helped to define Europe or the West as its contrasting image, idea, personality, experience. Yet none of the Orient is merely imaginative. The Orient is an integral part of European material civilization and culture. Orientalism expresses and represents that part culturally and even ideologically as a mode of discourse. Okay, so we see this sort of phrase, expresses and represents, again, right? And so I think we should take these sentences, like when I read that, I'm like, okay, so I want to take this sentence really closely with the other sentence, right? Because it's a sort of phrase for him and it means something specific, obviously, because he's used it twice, right? And so in this sentence, what I kind of see him saying is that Orientalism is the process by which the part that the Orientalist shares with the Orient is sort of represented as its own identity, right? And so I want to go back now to this part that we were at. Nor is it representative and expressive of some nefarious Western imperialist plot to hold down the Oriental world. Okay. So the way that I read that And I would love to hear in the chat if folks feel differently, but because I feel like this is a very like controversial probably sentence, right? But I don't think it's so black and white. The way that I read this is, you can't even, it's beyond that. That's the way that I read it. That's the best way I can say that I read it. It's beyond that. It's beyond a certain opposition. And I say that because I think that the word nefarious here is like him caricaturing a certain feeling from which you would feel that this is the totality of Orientalism. And so you feel like it's a feeling that the intentions are evil or something. And when I see that, when I read that, I actually remember this part in one of his qualifications, where he says, one ought to never to assume that the structure of Orientalism is nothing more than a structure of lies or myths, which were the truth about them to be told would simply blow away. And what I had taken from when he says this is that he's trying to say, like, if you just think that they're lies and you think what you're saying is truth, if you haven't already, like, okay, actually let me read this second sentence here. After all, any system of ideas that can remain unchanged as teachable wisdom from the period of Ernst Renan in the late 1840s until the present in the United States must be something more formidable than a mere collection of lies. And so what I got from this part when he was saying this, what I had read here was sort of him saying, like, there's a way in which we can think about Orientalism as strictly oppositional, and what happens then is, in order to sort of combat it, we just sort of reverse the regime of value that it has already declared, right? In that we have the truth, they have the lie, we are the righteous ones, they're the nothing ones, their way of being is trash, ours is righteous, whatever. But the true, what actually is happening at a deeper level is we're replicating Orientalism in that we have already distributed value in a hierarchy along a border, right? So we actually, that sort of ideology shares the border that Orientalism reinforces between Orient and Occident. That's why I kind of taken this at the time, if that makes sense. And that just brings me back to this sentence, where he says, nor is it representative and expressive of some nefarious Western imperialist plot to hold down the Orientalist world. And so when I'm going back to this now, I'm like, let's just replace this part with the representative and expressive conversation that happened in the previous sentence. So he said Orientalism represents and expresses that part culturally and ideologically, like as Europe, right? Or as a European way of being, right? And so you can't just reduce a European way of being to a nefarious imperialist plot. And the reason is because it's actually deeper than that. That is part of it. That's how I read this. That's part of it. But it actually goes below that. It actually goes far beyond that. It is rather, I don't know, I think this part is so fire. Like, I think this part is crazy. It's crazy to me. It is rather a distribution of geopolitical awareness into aesthetic, scholarly, economic, sociological, historical, and philological texts. So let's just take this piece. One of my best friends yesterday told me that he didn't like to watch my stream because the way that I intoned my words made him feel like it was like a sheikh at a masjid or something, and he was trying to get away from all that. And I thought that was really funny to me. It's really not intentional like that, but now it's like ingrained into my mind whenever I'm getting excited. He's like, you even emphasize points in the same way. I've literally like never been to him. Like, I never went to masjids when I was a kid. I've been to masjids obviously, but when I was a kid I never went, or churches or anything. So I don't know how that happened, but so here we go. What we're talking, what I felt like I was reading in it about like sort of distribution of a sort of way of being into like making meaning out of anything is right here, right? So when he says it is a distribution of geopolitical awareness into all these things, it just says LMAO. What do you think? Do you feel like you agree with that or what? Because he was like, I just can't even sit in your stream because if I wanted to be in that stream, I would have just gone to a masjid. And I was like, okay. Anyway. So when I think of like a distribution of geopolitical awareness into like all of these sort of texts, what I literally think of is exactly what I was talking about with this, right? How the formation of Europe as center and Orient as margin comes to stand in for the way we figure any sort of relation between things, right? So we'll say like, we need to bring the marginalized peoples, the marginalized ideas, the marginalized concepts into the center, right? This sort of representational desire or whatever, right? And what I was feeling like was that what Said was saying the whole time is that this sort of mode of making meaning or making value or thinking about value is just re-replicating over and over and over and over and over and over again at every single level the need to create difference or to maintain difference between the Orient and Europe as the European way of being is forming. So you have to differentiate yourself from a sort of margin at the same time as you're wanting to bring things from the margins in. And if you really value the thing at the center, then you'll see the bringing things from the margins in. If you share what the center values itself as, you'll see the bringing things from the margins in as doing some sort of justice to it or some sort of bringing some sort of life to it. But if you understand the center as a sort of settler apparatus, you'll see it as just a process of settlerness. But that process is the way which we make meaning out of literally anything, right? It's the way that we give meaning to things. It's the way that even a concept coheres. So, for example, let's say there's a concept called I don't know, book, right? Or even actually, I'm just going to choose something more banal. A concept called chair, right? This chair that I'm behind. So this is, now you can start to see if you're kind of like hip to philosophy or theory, you can see like how Said is like really radicalizing and turning like post-structuralist or like postmodern thought, right? So like, let's say you want to make meaning out of something called a chair, right? And I'm just going to keep this on the map, right? You need to sort of cohere a certain concept called chair in your head so that chair feels different than, I don't know, couch or something like that, right? This is like basic semiotics for like someone who's invested in sort of philosophy or theory or criticism or whatever, right? Okay, but what Said is saying then is that in doing that, what happens is you start to kind of congeal or cohere a certain idea of that thing by sort of forming a sort of margin around it of things that are sort of similar but like fundamentally different, right? And so then this concept called chair, as you continue to see new forms of chairs, and then there's like this sort of artist progressive aspect of society which is inventing new kinds of chairs, right? And pushing the boundaries, so to speak, of what a chair is. And there's other people like, I don't know, that fucking white dude from Parks and Rec. What's his name? Nick Offerman's character. Who is like, a chair is a chair. You know, he like represents this sort of like old, archaic sort of whatever way of being. Like a libertarian caricature, right? Or whatever. He's like, no, a chair is a chair. You make it out of wood. You smell the wood. You feel the wood. Whatever, right? Okay. But all the while, the idea called chair is all the time sort of only existing because there's this sort of marginality around it. And then the way that we even come to engage or exist with an idea called chair in our head is that if we are engaging chairs, right? Like as an artist, we're gonna want to push the boundaries into the things around it. And then we also kind of need, because we need that concept, right? A sort of like limitation on it, right? So the Nick Offerman character is just as important as like the architect who is like inventing whatever new chairs or whatever. Architect is not the right maybe role, but I'm just saying like it's a banal example that I'm trying to use the most banal like sort of objective example in Said's term. But what I'm trying to show is that what he's saying is that this process by which we even make meanings out of concepts not only is like a sort of settlerness of the concept, because what it's always trying to do is to draw from its margin and pull it into the center in order to sort of expand the center's reach, but also it needs a sort of limitation to be able to define itself as such, right? So not only is it a sort of infinite settlerness of concept, of making meaning out of concepts, but also it's always replicating this sort of paradigm by which a world sort of builds itself against an idea of the Orient. And so all of these sort of ways that we make meaning out of concepts are happening sort of as these repetitions within this sort of general regime of concepts, of concept creation, of meaning making, which he calls a way of being, a European way of being, which is called Orientalism. So that's how I read that, basically. That's how I read that. But so you can see, like, this shit goes way deeper than like a study of the East or of Asia. And he's saying it right here. It's not about Asia. It's not even about like the Muslim world necessarily. It is at its root, right? Maybe. Or maybe it's not, but maybe root isn't even the right word. But it's actually about the sort of racial sort of structure within which we literally just make meaning in our everyday life. Within which we can have a concept called reality, within which we can even communicate with each other. And it's kind of, for him, entangled in this sort of settler way of being, of thinking. And for folks who are just joining, or for folks who are new, Said has, before he has said this, he has gone to great lengths to say, you have to unsettle the idea that it has to be that way. Right, in his qualifications at the beginning of the second section. But that is the way that it is. So I thought this was crazy. So that's what I think I get from a distribution of geopolitical awareness. When I read geopolitical awareness, what that phrase means to me is the awareness inherent in a European way of being, that the thing that you can identify as is sort of in this settler relationship with its margin. And that the geopoliticalness is that the European way of being is developing through the idea of Europe as a geopolitical entity with the Orient at its margin. Is this as fun for y'all as it is for me? Because this shit is crazy to me. And I'm just gonna like write out this list to see if I just can feel something about it, because why not? Let's see. How do I get... That's not what I wanted. Oh, here we go. So I'm just gonna like now just to kind of just think, like sit with the sentence some more, to like think about the way that this list is kind of being formed. While I'm typing this, I'm just gonna shout out, like, for folks who are in the chat right now, I hope you're enjoying. I know there's like 3 people in the chat right now. I really like my low-key goal, like my like one of my like more like unspoken goals is I would love to just have at least 1 new follower per stream. It'd be really nice. Just to kind of make me feel like there's some sort of I don't know, growth, I guess. So it hasn't happened yet, but if folks who are watching just want to like send it over to a friend and be like, hey, you might be interested in this if you feel like it is. then you should like totally do that. It'd be awesome. I really truly feel like I have been advertising this to my friends and on my Twitter. My Twitter is private and I don't have that many followers on it. But I feel like if one person with a large following like boosted this, a lot of people who would like something like this would get to know it. Not one person who has a sort of large following on Twitter or any social media, to my knowledge, has actually boosted this at all. Um, and so that's to say, like, or anyone with any following. I have not seen anyone boost it besides myself on my private Twitter. And so that's just to say, as I'm kind of typing this, if y'all really like what's going on here, then feel free to just share it. You know, um, obviously it's not for me. You know, I'm not getting paid or anything, but I feel like it's something that people need or would want, and the reason is because I felt like I needed it and I would want it, and that's why I'm doing it. So, and it's always more fun with the chat in here. So, okay. So it's a distribution of geopolitical awareness into texts, right? And what texts? Aesthetic, scholarly, economic, sociological, historical, philological. And so kind of a first thing that I think when I read this, a lot of times when Said kind of writes a list like this in a sort of pivotal moment in his argument, he's sort of expanding out in some way. So expanding out either from sort of aesthetic to institutional, or expanding out from sort of into abstraction. So from like institutional to sort of abstract, like something like an idea. I don't really get either of those things here as much. But what I do sort of feel about this sort of about the way that these things in the sentence are kind of linked to each other is that my first thought about it is that they are sort of moving in accordance with each other in a way in which they're moving from a sort of idea of production to an idea of sort of limitation. Not an idea, but a mode of production to a mode of limitation. So I think what I've been talking about a lot in this today's stream especially is this way that like production and limitation for Said are like two aspects of the same sort of tendency. But you can see, like when I think of aesthetic, I think of like clearly production, right? But then when I think of scholarly in the Saidian terms, I really think of like the way that he kind of has been positioning sort of like scholarly work or the academy or academic work or academic thought or whatever in context of this sort of society that he's discussing, which is the place where subjective kind of ideas are kind of reproduced as knowledge. So like basically the place where subjective ideas are made objective through argument and critical analysis. And then like you start to see like economic. So when I see the word economic there, I think of like when he was talking about he said economic here, right? Earlier when he was talking about these sort of the culture that creates this sort of regime of value, he calls it interest here, acts dynamically along with political, economic, and military rationales. So then you could see that like the sort of culture that would be aesthetic or even scholarly is sort of in a relationship to a sort of to the economic side, where the economic side is more of like a limiting force. And then the way that I kind of see how this limiting force is kind of playing out, and the reason why I felt that way, is because when he's talking about like sociological, historical, and philological, what I'm starting to kind of remember is like the categories that he was talking about as categories that felt like non-political knowledge. Like philology is like the study of like European classics, I think, right? I'm gonna look it up just to make sure, but that's what I understand. Yeah, literary or classical scholarship, the branch of knowledge that deals with structure, historical development, and relationships of a language or languages, right? So this is sort of a thing that would be like the least sort of pushing on the boundaries, right? The least sort of close to a sort of politics, right? And if I think of this as a sort of pole and this is a sort of pole on the other side, and maybe this is a reductive way to think about it, and I'm still learning how to read, you know what I mean? So when you're watching me, you may be seeing me reading in certain ways and be like, yeah, you're just being reductive or whatever. And that's totally, like, I would love to hear that because I'm always just learning. This is a practice in learning how to be better at reading, you know? And like what I reflect on every day is that the sort of practices that I'm talking about keep creeping in a variety of ways, right? And so it's kind of like a constant practice. But that's the way I read this right now, is that aesthetic kind of moves toward philological in a sense of like a sort of movement from a sort of productive, inventive capacity to a sort of limiting or reifying capacity. So like what I think of when I see philological at the other end of that is like why like fascists are like so invested in like Roman history, for example. You know what I mean? Like a certain sort of like limiting capacity in which you are like trying to like re-syncretize yourself with a certain idea of history. Right? You don't want to move too far from the idea of history that you feel you should be rooted in. And so that's how I kind of take this sort of list. So I'm going to read this so far and then continue. Therefore, Orientalism is not a mere political subject matter or field that is reflected passively by culture, scholarship, or institutions, nor is it a large and diffuse collection of texts about the Orient, nor is it representative and expressive of some nefarious Western imperialist plot to hold down the Oriental world. It is rather a distribution of geopolitical awareness into aesthetic, scholarly, economic, sociological, historical, and philological texts. Okay? And we can see that as a sort of movement from a sort of productive to a limiting capacity. So let's see if that manifests in what we read after, right? Because that's how I read it. It is an elaboration not only of a basic geographical distinction, the world is made up of two unequal halves, Orient and Occident, but also of a whole series of interests which by such means as okay, let me just skip this for a second. Which it not only creates but also maintains. Okay, so we can really start to get it here, right? I'm gonna tackle this list in a second, but like I'm just gonna keep going back to this sort of map because I think it's really productive for me to like be able to really understand what he's saying. In that, not only because I feel like it demonstrates some sort of center and periphery relationship, but also because he's now talking about the geographical distinction, right? And so, not only in the way that I feel like I've been understanding it, do I feel like Saïd is talking about, when he says elaboration of a basic geographical distinction, he means the basic geographical distinction gets written into a bunch of other shit, like he's been saying. But this is him clarifying this previous sort of part, right? So he's saying it's an elaboration not only of a basic geographical distinction, the world is made up of two unequal halves, Orient and Occident. And so what we can see then when I even just read this, what I get from that is like he's clarifying what he's been saying here. And I feel like my hunch has been kind of on point, which is that, like, for example, in what I was feeling when he was reading this thing about truth and lies, right? It's an elaboration of a sort of distinction across a border in which the halves are unequal. And what that means is like value is distributed hierarchically across a border. And that's the kind of the formation of the coherence of a certain concept. Right? But this is all just to kind of recapitulate what he means by this, in other words, this part that comes previous, right? So it is an elaboration not only of a basic geographical distinction, the world is made up of two unequal halves, Orient and Occident, but also a whole series of interests which, and I'm going to go back to this list in a second, it not only creates, but also maintains. And so then we can really see, like, I feel like when I see this, I'm really starting to understand, like, the relationship that he's talking about between creation and maintenance. Between creation and maintation. Okay? Yeah, so, or in other words, between, like, invention and limitation. And how they're kind of working together. Yeah, and so this is starting to make a lot of sense to me, right? And I don't know if it's starting to make sense to y'all in the chat too, but for me, it's starting to make a lot of sense. And the qualifiers he uses, by such means as scholarly discovery, philological reconstruction, psychological analysis, landscape and sociological description. And this kind of list situation is really interesting because actually, to be honest, I'm much more interested when I read this in mentation. Yeah, that's my word now. So if any of y'all are like into this, you can tell people that I have invented a new word, and it's called mentation. It feels much better than maintenance. It's just a shitty word. Scholarly discovery, philological reconstruction, psychological analysis, landscape, and sociological description. So honestly, for me, these sort of words are so much more interesting to me in the way that they're kind of linked to each other than their sort of adjectives, even though the adjectives have been kind of present in so much of the other lists that he's been using, or examples that he's been using, or ways that he's been describing these things. And I want to think about that because that's just really what I'm more interested in, to be honest. Like the relationship between discovery, reconstruction, analysis, and description. It's really interesting. It kind of follows a very similar pattern for me, to be honest, from the last time that he sort of listed in this same sentence. But the words that he uses here are just so beautiful, like, because it really like opens up the breadth of the critique so deeply, because you can really start to see like how all of these sort of concepts, description, analysis, are caught up in the same shit, right? And if you have any involvement in like sort of any like academy, whether or not that's in graduate school or an undergrad, you can see that like analysis and description are really central terms that are just basically taken as neutral. And he's always trying to unsettle these basic terms by which meaning is made. So now you can really see he was really talking about how meaning is made out of anything, because he's no longer talking about like, even though he's trying to say that before, he's saying it with regard to talking about like colonial styles, colonial institutions. We see these as sort of, what I felt when I was reading it is he's trying to say this is like fundamental in the way we think. But we still kind of, for me, when I read that, I don't automatically connect it to something like the act of analysis or the act of description. there's like infinite terrains in which I feel like I have normalized words or neutralized words or made these concepts or terms just sort of reality in the way that he's talking about. And so he's always trying to like dig into like the deepest things that we have settled, the deepest places we have settled, at the most important parts of his critique, to like unsettle us at these fundamental levels, like pulling out the fucking roots. That's how I kind of feel about this, and why he would start using terms like this now, right? And when I see the word description, for example, I remember what I had said yesterday, which is that one of my teachers taught me something, which is one of the most important things I've ever learned. She would always say, summary is the most violent thing you can do to a text. Because a text is a world in itself, and by summarizing it, you've contained it or confined it into your own image. And I really, really, really love that so much. But you can really see in the context of that and in the context of this page, the limiting function of it. But on the other hand, discovery is like freedom par excellence, or whatever, to use this French phrase that I see in some theory sometimes, right? But it's like, it reminds me of this first line of this book, honestly, where he's saying that Fur, this French journalist who's standing in war-torn Beirut, reflecting on how sad he is that it's not the beautiful Orient that he read about in his books. The Orient was a place of remarkable experiences, right? And that's how he ends this sort of list function of writing. It's a place of remarkable experiences. And for me, when I think of discovery, I think of those remarkable, that phrase, remarkable experiences. So it's a sort of venturing out into the unknown, incorporation of that sort of once unknown into a sort of reconstruction of one's own identity, reflection on it in the mode of analysis, and then description for me, which is like the thing that you can really, it's like the ultimate limiting function, sort of. You want to always be able to sort of have a way to describe things, describe meanings. And then you could really see, like, what this reminds me of also is you could really see like the role of philosophy as like a concept in this sort of shit, right? Where what you're always trying to do is to fit the most abstract things into description, right? Like, honestly, like, what this reminds me of more so is like, one time this person sent me, and it was very nice of her. She sent me like a, it was like when Iraq was being attacked again, and people were just talking about Iraq on Twitter in a way that I was seeing in like a way that I felt was fucked up. So people were like, we should read so-and-so white dude, we should read so-and-so person who doesn't have anything to do with Iraq to understand what's happening with Iraq. Basically, like, what I had felt was that the Orientalist kind of impulse at that moment, when all these people who I knew who were citizens of the US were like pontificating on the fact that the US was murdering Iraqis again, I felt like this Orientalist impulse was sort of coming through, in that nobody was actually trying to like be with Iraqis or like in any way. There was no impulse to do that. In fact, it was all this sort of rabid sort of impulse to speak about, so to speak. And so I tweeted something like, what did I tweet? I said something like, who has read an Iraqi? That's what I tweeted, something like that. And someone very nicely like sent me this this article that they liked, and so it's no shade or no like disrespect to them. I really appreciated the sending of the article, and we have just different views about it. But it was an article by this Iraqi woman who's in diaspora. I think her name is Alia Al-Saji, and it's not even anything against her. Like, I was reading this article, and she was like theorizing in a very like progressive, inventive, interesting way about what she thought time was and how to understand time. And something like clicked for me because I was in that moment where I was like, there's such a divide between like what's happening in Iraq, for example, and how people are talking about it. And then I'm witnessing like the sort of Iraqi woman and diaspora doing the same sort of thing. And something clicked for me where I was like, I mean, maybe it might sound obvious to other people, but I was like, this woman is literally telling me that she knows how time works, bro. Like, I was like, that is so fucking stupid. Like, I'm sorry, like, that is so fucking stupid. And not only so stupid, so much hubris and so much arrogance. Like, thank God that my university has paid $150 a year for a subscription to the Journal of Speculative Philosophy, so that I have unlocked the secrets to time itself by reading you. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, but my point is, like, I don't even think she's doing anything different, actually. She's actually being an interesting philosopher. She's trying to describe time. But for me, it's like, in that moment, I was like, time is like such a clearly indescribable concept. Like, it's something that we so clearly like feel, but like in such an ungraspable way. Anyway, so when I think of description, I think of that as a tangent, I guess. But today I had, I resolved to go on more tangents. So, because that's what's fun for me. And so, but if y'all like that or don't like that, I would love to hear it. But that's what I feel when I think about this. I think about the sort of descriptive tendency in even the institution of philosophy, right? The job is to be able to describe even the most hard to describe things, right? And what it does is it is a maintation of this sort of concept called society or the world or whatever. So, yeah. Anyway, that's how I feel about that. And, okay. Where is it? But also of a whole series, okay. And I hope it's clear, like, I'm talking about this philosopher, like, I'm sure we would get along really well. I'm not even trying to, like, come for her or anything. Like, I think that she's just doing philosophy, which is awesome. And I was actually describing her as the example of a philosophy that I thought was the most interesting, but still falling into the same sort of philosophical tendency toward description. Anyway. Therefore, Orientalism is not a mere political subject matter or field that is, I'm just reading this paragraph again, is not a mere political subject matter or field that is reflected passively by culture, scholarship, or institutions, nor is it a large and diffuse collection of texts about the Orient, nor is it representative and expressive of some nefarious Western imperial plot to hold down the Oriental world. It is rather a distribution of geographical awareness into aesthetic, scholarly, economic, sociological, historical, and philological texts. It is an elaboration not only of a basic geographical distinction, the world is made up of two unequal halves, Orient and Occident, but also of a whole series of interests which, by such means as scholarly discovery, philological reconstruction, psychological analysis, landscape and sociological description, it not only creates, but also maintains. It is, rather than expresses, a certain will or intention to understand, in some cases to control, manipulate, even to incorporate what is manifestly different or alternatively novel, or alternative and novel world. What is a manifestly different or alternative and novel world. Wow, this line is so beautiful to me. Yeah, this line is so beautiful to me. I'm just gonna sit with it for a sec. Yeah, wow. So the first thing that I think is really interesting is he differentiates is and expresses. But earlier he uses the word expresses to describe it, right? So let's, like, the first thing that I want to do is to like figure out the why that is. What is the difference between those things? So let's figure it out. So here he says, Orientalism is not expressive of some nefarious Western imperialist plot to hold down the Oriental world. And let's see where he uses express earlier, too. And he literally says here, right? Orientalism expresses and represents that part, culturally and even ideologically, as a mode of discourse. So, when I go back to this sort of part, where is it? It's on page 12, I think, right? And he says, it is, rather than expresses, a certain will or intention. Okay, so that makes sense to me, because what I understand when I read that is the expression is of a certain thing called identity. Like whether it's an identity of Europe in the most fundamental sense, or whether it is an identity of a concept like chair in a different sense. That is what it expresses. But what it is a will or intention, right? And when I see will or intention, I see a sort of European way of being, so to speak. What he's been calling that, right? A sort of settlerness of being. But in Said's previous book, which is called Beginnings, Intention, and Method, the book is called Beginnings, Intention, and Method. So, of course, like the word intention is like deeply, it's like one of the most important sort of terms in that whole book. And so what I want to do now is to just find a place where he like really defines it, and so I can just like share it here. Let's see. Okay, I found the page. And I want to go back to this, so I'm just going to go to it, and then I'm going to return to it, basically, if that makes sense. That didn't make sense at all, I just realized. I'm going to go to this book, and I'm going to read a little bit out of it, and then I'm going to return to Orientalism. That's what I meant. The thing about this book is, I've said before on the stream, in my opinion, it's the most important thing Said wrote. It's one of the most important things I've ever read, and I don't feel that way about anything else that Said wrote, except for this book. In terms of if I had to list like the top 5 or something, or top 10, that's what I mean. Of course, like this book Orientalism is so important to me. So much of Said's writing, but this book in particular is like the one that's like upper echelon for me, so to speak. But yeah, so yeah, okay, and it's also the book that came before Orientalism. So I'm gonna read from here. And that was all to say that the only PDF that exists of it, because no one talks about it, no one writes about it, is this like very shitty PDF. It's like the only one on any website that I've found. It's just the same PDF over and over again, just like sort of the same PDF of Said as Orientalism over and over again. But it's okay. So this is on page 12 of that book, and I just have this book on top of my other one. An intention, therefore, is a notion that includes everything that later develops out of it, no matter how eccentric the development or inconsistent the result. And if you've been following my stream closely, maybe you can see that I've actually talked about a line from this exact paragraph before, right? When I was talking about how he used the term model. I do not mean, on the other hand, that intention is a more precise equivalent of totality. Rather, they are like the pair of terms model and paradigm, about as exactly grasped for practical literary use as a cloud. We must, however, try to be precise. By intention, I mean an appetite at the beginning, intellectually, to do something in a characteristic way, either consciously or unconsciously, but at any rate in a language that always, or nearly always, shows signs of the beginning intention in some form, and is always engaged purposefully in the production of meaning. With regard to a given work or a body of work, a beginning intention is really nothing more than the created inclusiveness within which the work develops. So, for me, what I get from when I read this is, if I'm comparing intention and totality to this term's model and paradigm, then just as a model will try to sort of mold itself as a representative of a paradigm, which is like the thing that's ungraspable, like the thing that's like, it feels is like structuring it. It's like when we're trying to create a model of how the world is working by, like, for example, like capitalism is a model of how the world, whatever, like critiques of capitalism are trying to make models out of the way the world is working. That's a better way to say it. The critiques of capitalism are trying to make models out of the way the world is working, right? But each of them is itself a critique. So, for example, like Marx's critique of capitalism is a model, and then other people will come in and be like, that model actually leaves out certain aspects, right? And so everyone is making models and purporting that their model is representative of the paradigm. But none of the models can be fully, right? Because we're not God. And so you can see then that intention has that same relationship between model and paradigm to totality. And by totality, I just get like everything that is. And so when I think of intention in this sense, in the Saïdian definition, I think what he's sort of saying is like, you're trying to like, when you have like an intention, you're trying to be like fully representative of something. Maybe that's not a good definition. Let's just take that sort of thing, because actually I think it's very complicated. Let's just take like this sort of sentence right here and just talk about it with regard to this last sentence. With regard to a given work or body of work, a beginning intention is really nothing more than the created inclusiveness within which the work develops. Okay, so let's bring that back here and see if we can come to like a working understanding of how both of them are working with each other, right? It is a certain will or intention to understand, in some cases to control, manipulate, even to incorporate what is manifestly different. What is a manifestly different or alternative and novel world. Okay. And so then when I think of intention in this sort of definition and its relationship to totality, it's an intention within which whatever comes after it is trying to make it whole as possible. But the implication there is that it's always sort of an incomplete project, whatever it is that you do. Like, and so when he says like intention is a notion that includes everything that later develops out of it, with regard to a work, a beginning intention is the created inclusiveness within which the work develops. What I think from that is like when you start to like do something that you feel like is new, right? Which is like how you would even begin to like start, like in most cases, to start to try to give meaning to something, right? You want to, or to even have to think about that, right? When you want to sort of like do something that's new, you have to sort of differentiate yourself from everything else in order to even say that this thing is new, right? But in differentiating yourself from everything else, you've already kind of made an ideological choice, right? To decide like what I'm leaving behind and what I'm taking with me. But the thing that you are, the kind of like imperative underneath that is that you feel that the things that you are taking with you are enough to create a whole world in itself, and that the rest of that is unnecessary. And so when I come back to this, I don't know if that makes sense or if I'm just talking, but when I come back to this, It is a certain will or intention to understand, in some cases to control, manipulate, even to incorporate what is manifestly different, what is a manifestly different or alternative and novel world. What I get from that is like if Orientalism is an intention to understand, then it is an intention to create a world in which or to maintain a world, and I'm just saying create and maintain because of this phrase right beforehand, creates and maintains. It's an intention to create or maintain or create and maintain a world, right, in which everything in the world is fully descriptive. You can fully understand and describe and manage everything in it. So basically, it's like a robot apocalypse. That's what I get from it. Like, for real, like a world in which everything can be contained and managed and understood through description. In other words, a world within which you have complete mastery. And that's why understand, for me, that's why understand is like the main word which is definitive of this intention or will he's calling Orientalism. In other words, a way of being he's calling Orientalism. It's a way of being which seeks to always understand the unknown, and in doing so, in that mission, like, will always be sort of making meaning off of cutting out the parts of it that it can't accept or doesn't know or doesn't want, etc. So this representative kind of will, right? But like the example that I'm talking about is like, or like when I think of that, I think of like the example that I just talked about this philosopher who is reflecting a general philosophical will to understand time, right? And the worst thing that you can say in that case is that there's no way you can understand time. The most sacrilegious thing you can say to a philosopher is that it's impossible to understand this thing. And not only that, but it's impossible to understand. It's impossible. So like, and I'm saying that even to say like, I think even like within like certain philosophical traditions, they'll say that there's something that's impossible to understand, but we can understand how it works with the shit we can't understand. I don't even think that that's true. See, because what that does is it still maintains the border between the thing that's not understood, and the thing that's understood. And then you're always trying to reach into the not understood part in order to kind of form an idea about the relationship. And so you can see this way of making meaning called Orientalism playing out again and again and again and again and again. But so understanding is the sort of main sort of description, or whatever, to use that term, right? That is definitive of what Orientalism, the Orientalist will or intention is. But in some cases, it's control, manipulation, even incorporation. And when I think of control and manipulation, I think of like the nation state, like states in general, governments, people who I feel like in my life, like many of the relationships that I have are people that really can't understand me, and they feel that it's very threatening to them, and so they want to control me in whatever way that is, or to like be able to, they want me to be able to fit into the things that they've already understood about the world. And so the relationship becomes one of control and manipulation in order for it to be one of understanding. So their will is actually to understand me, and we say like, you know, like that Escape song, you know, understanding is important, I guess. But it's a different sort of will or intention, a different orientation to understanding. And eventually what it is incorporation into whatever world or regime of understanding that they had before. But then you can really see how like a sort of settler state, like the Zionist state, for example, is one manifestation which is actually, in a sense, a more advanced or closer manifestation of the same sort of apparatus that is already a nation state. I find that like many people, when they're trying to think about like the state in a critical way, and they're trying to create a model, a universal model for understanding how a state works, and because they don't think about it at this level, what it ends up feeling like is that for them, a settler state is a sort of anomaly. But if we see settlerness as a sort of mode of being, then a settler state is not an anomaly, actually. And I think that that's what Saïd is kind of talking about here. The incorporation of a manifestly different or alternative and novel world. The incorporation of a world into a world. There's some places I've been in the world, which I've been lucky enough to be in, where I get the feeling that it's like when water is filling a tub and there's like certain spaces at the bottom of the tub that haven't been filled by water, and they just close in and just get filled by water. And I feel like that. I've been places in the world, especially places like under occupation or places where there's no stable government, where it feels like this is a world that's being absorbed. And you could literally see it happening. So that's what I get from this sentence. It is, rather than expresses, a certain will or intention to understand, in some cases to control, manipulate, even to incorporate what is a manifestly different or alternative and novel world. And I think that the word manifest here, I want to look up that word. Clear or obvious to the eye or mind. But I think when the way I take clear or obvious is like at surface different. Later in this book, in a part that I'm not going to go into, Saïd distinguishes between these sort of Orientalism in itself that he's been talking about and a sort of period of Orientalism he's been talking about, and he refers to them as the period of Orientalism, which is always a deviation from Orientalism in itself. He calls manifest Orientalism. And the Orientalism in itself, he calls latent Orientalism. So for me, when he says manifest here, he's talking about this sort of manifest Orientalism, or like a world that is already visibly. Basically, what I get when I see the word manifest is, the world that is absorbed is always, to quote the line that I was quoting earlier, it always still has to be expressing and representing that part. And so whether the structure of whatever this way of being called Orientalism is shifting to be able to incorporate that part, it's still that part, right? And there's something in itself which will not be absorbed. So that's how I take that word manifestly. So I'm just going to read this again. It is, rather than Orientalism, is, rather than expresses, a certain will or intention to understand, in some cases to control, manipulate, even to incorporate what is a manifestly different or alternative and novel world. It is, above all, a discourse that is by no means indirect, corresponding relationship with political power in the raw, but rather is produced and exists in an uneven exchange with various kinds of power, shaped to a degree by the exchange with power political. Okay, I don't even know how I'm going to approach this sentence, honestly. Let's just take this part first. It is above all a discourse, which is what he's been talking about before, I think, a lot in this book. What I've been understanding from this is that a discourse is sort of like a field or something like that. It is above all a discourse that is by no means in direct corresponding relationship with political power in the raw, but rather is produced and exists in an uneven exchange with various kinds of power. I don't know what he means by in the raw here. I really don't. But this theorist that we're reading next, this thinker, Denise Ferreira de Silva, has an essay called In the Raw. And it's really interesting. And I think we're going to read it as part of the little small like ability, like time ability we have to like really get into her thought. We're going to read that essay. And it'll be cool to bring this line back. I've never seen him talk about that word raw yet. Not that I remember, or this phrase in the raw, so it's hard for me to place what he means by that, but it'll be cool to put them together and to see what they say to each other. But what I get from this part basically is like kind of he's repeating what he's been saying. He's repeating what he's saying before, right? Which is that when he's like, it reminds me of this part here, that it was the culture that created interest, that acted dynamically along with brute political, economic, and military rationales. That's kind of what I'm reminded of here, where it's like there's no like direct correspondence between model and paradigm, so to speak, to use the phrase that I was just on, but in a simpler sense of way of saying it, or in a different way of saying it. There's no direct correspondence between like sort of political entity and then what happens, like a political power, and then what happens with like the culture within it. It's actually a hella different factors that are always sort of producing and reproducing each other, but always sort of that whole thing is always sort of circumscribed within this way of being called Orientalism. But then he lists them, right? Shaped to a degree by the exchange with power political, power intellectual, power cultural, power moral. So I want to write that down just to kind of get it. I've been going for like, what is it now? Maybe 3 hours and not taking a break. So after this paragraph, I'm going to take a little break. And that's to say that if any one of I think I have 3 people watching right now. I'm really happy to have you. If anyone wants to recommend a song, feel free, and I'll play it. Yeah. So power intellectual, power cultural, power moral, okay. And I'm going to make another text box right here where I have the descriptions of those. Colonial or imperial establishment. Reigning sciences. Orthodox. And canons. Okay. Okay. So this is like a side by side. So it seems to me the first thing that I notice when I see this is that if we're gonna start trying to like be able to really understand what he's saying in this gigantic ass sentence, what we can already see is that this sort of power political that he's talking about is like a direct sort of, he's clarifying what he just said when he says it's not just political power in the raw, but it's an uneven exchange with hella different types of power. Politics is sort of one expression, which is not to say it's the singular or the most fundamental expression. It's one mode of expression of this thing, which has very different aspects to it. And so like an expression of the sort of politics would be like in the way that it defines its own politics, right? Okay, so that's okay. Okay. So one thing that I understand from this, when he clarifies, like power political, as with the colonial or imperial establishment, what that reminds me of is how for this whole time he's been kind of talking about how like this whole section, right, is called the distinction between pure and political knowledge. Right up here, the distinction between pure and political knowledge. So when I see him say something like this, what I kind of get from that is he's now talking about on their own terms, sort of, right? So this power is called many different things. It's what they're calling it. So he's referring to power on their own terms, because what he's been saying, this is what I'm reading, how I'm reading this, because what he's been saying throughout this section is that everything is political in this whole apparatus, but they see political as a sort of establishment, right? An imperial establishment. And they being the Orientalist world. But the word they we already should be problematizing. And we will in a second. So, power political, okay, power intellectual, which is for them. I'm just saying them, but I'm going to get to the problematizing at the end of it, okay? The reigning sciences. Power cultural, which is orthodoxies and canons of value. And then power moral, which is ideas about what we can do and what they cannot, right? And so when I see these sort of things, I'm actually reminded of like everything that I feel like he's talked about already. He's sort of going back through it. So like, when I see power intellectual, reigning science, when I see power political, colonial imperial establishment, I remember what he was talking about earlier in this section with regard to Noam Chomsky and all of this shit being political. To say this may seem quite different from saying that all knowledge about India and Egypt is somehow tinged and impressed with, violated by the gross political fact. And yet that is exactly what I am saying in the study of Orientalism. Okay? And then he clarifies. For if it is true that no production of knowledge in the human sciences can ever ignore or disclaim its author's involvement as a human subject in his own circumstances, then it must also be true that for a European or American studying the Orient, there can be no disclaiming the main circumstances of his actuality, that he comes up against the Orient as a European or American first, as an individual second. So we see here, like, in the beginning of the section, he's talked about these sort of divisions between a political power, intellectual power, which are all kind of part of the same sort of way of being called Orientalist. And then he lists cultural and orthodoxies and canons of values attached to that. And there was a part that I had just read when I had felt like it reminded me of when he had said the thing about truth and lie earlier. And it was this idea about the distribution of, where is it? Where is it? It's at the top of this. I think my boxes are covering it. Oh. The world is made up of two unequal halves, Orient and Occident. And then power moral. So, like, for me, like, power political and intellectual reminds me of this earlier part, what he's talking about Noam Chomsky, etc. And power cultural and moral reminds me of what he's been just talking about how there's this sort of distribution of value which kind of solidifies itself across a border of we and they, and these things are separated into these things, these sort of fields called cultural, moral, political, intellectual. That's how I kind of read this personally. And then he clarifies it, right? Indeed, my real argument is that Orientalism is, and does not simply represent, a considerable dimension of modern political intellectual culture, and as such has less to do with the Orient than it does with our world. Right? And so for me, the last question that I want to sit with before I'm going to read the paragraph one more time and then take a break is, like, what is it about what would it mean if Orientalism simply represented it? So that's something that I'm going to think about for a second right now. Like, why not, basically. I'm going to put this book back away. Because this word is, like, the first thing I think is, like, this word is, which he's contrasting to represent. He does that up here too, where he says it is rather than expresses. So, okay, so now we have a sort of other doubleness, right, which I'm realizing, which is really interesting. He contradicts is to expresses here, and is to represents here. And in this previous sort of sentence that I was reminded of, he holds these two words, represents and expresses, together. And so maybe we can return there to really understand like what he's meaning in this sentence. He says the Orient is an integral part of European material civilization and culture. Orientalism expresses and represents that part culturally and even ideologically as a mode of discourse with supporting institutions. And so what that makes me think when I return to this sentence, where is it? Sorry. When I return to this sentence, and I'm remembering that he says Orientalism expresses and represents that part. Right? It's very difficult. I'm really struggling. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a break now, and I'm going to think about it on my break. Okay. I'll be back in a few minutes, y'all. Stay tuned. And I will say, since I have about five people listening right now, it looks like, on the break, feel free to reach out to somebody who you think would like this and to recommend it. I really would love to have at least one new follower a stream. And I feel like everywhere I've ever gone in my time in these communities of reading things like this, people have been kind of wanting something like this and saying that they do at least. And I have too. So on the break, feel free to reach out to someone. I would love to have one new follower by the end of the stream. So yeah, I'll be back in about 5 minutes, and I'm just going to think about this sentence, and y'all should too. And in the break also, if you have any like thoughts about it, feel free to type them in the chat, so when I come back, I'll see them. Okay? Be right back. Sorry, I'm getting so caught up in it, see? Be right back. What's up, y'all? Do we still have people here? Yes. Very nice. I hope everyone had a good break with me. Or I honestly like. I'll say this. If folks who like follow, honestly the anonymity is kind of nice, to be honest. But if you ever feel like just reaching out to me and sharing, like how you've been engaging with these streams, like literally like just how, it'd be really nice to know, because for me, like, the way I've said before, the way I engage with Twitch streams, which is kind of a intentionally, to use that word, separate space than a lot of like academic spaces, I think. Like when I first found Twitch, I was like, this is like a whole different world. But the way that I kind of like learned to engage with them is just to be doing whatever I was doing with it in the background. And it's nice to just tune in every once in a while. If things get heated in whatever way, I can just like, like perk up. You know what I mean? I put it on when I'm sleeping. It's nice to just like hear someone talking and kind of talking throughout my whole process of falling asleep. So that even in my little wake ups, like as I'm falling asleep, I'm still listening. It's like a consistency. But silence is nice too, I guess. But so yeah, I would just love to know, like, I always wondered, like, if I had something like this, I can't listen to my own voice back. But if I had like someone else doing this, I would love it, and I always wonder like how it would kind of color my life. And so yeah, if folks just feel like you want to ever just reach out to me on here, you don't even have to like introduce yourself if you don't want to, but just to share like how you engage with these streams, it'd be really nice to hear from my end. For me, I took a break, but one of my friends has like made it clear that like it is very casual. It is a very casual experience in listening, whereas for you, I can imagine it's a very intense experience doing it. Which makes sense to me. Yeah, so that's why when I said, I hope you had a good break, I was like, why do they need a break? They're kicking it, you know? But for me, I guess I was talking for like 3 hours. Which, like, I don't know, I don't know if it feels like that to folks who are watching, but for me, it's very unfamiliar. I don't really like showing my face or talking in this form. Like, I have no social medias except for a Twitter, and my Twitter is on private, and you can't see I never show my face on it. So for me, this is like a big step out of my comfort zone sort of thing. But I'm surprised at the extent to which I've been able to hold 5-hour streams. But basically, and I've been needing breaks less and less. So like the first day I did it, it was like the most tired I had ever been after a work day, by far. Like, and I've worked service jobs where I'm on my feet running around, but like this was like 5 hours of this was like, I was like 5 times as tired as after I've like worked a double shift at a job like that. But like even after the second day, it was so much easier. And I'm like, I'm noticing like today I only needed 1 break, whereas I usually need 2 breaks during a stream. So I guess it is like a fitness, like anything. But hold on, I'll be right back. But yeah, so I guess it's like a fitness, like anything. Yeah. Okay. So, and I really hope that it's fun for y'all, because it is really, really fun for me. Like, it's really fun, honestly. And I really hope that it's fun for y'all. Everyone that I've been asking, the reason I've been getting encouraged in this, is because pretty much everyone that's commented on this has said the word "actually" in how they like it. Like everyone that I've asked has been like, it's actually fun, it's actually cool, it's actually enjoyable. That actually lets me know, like, because that's how I feel too. It's actually like, wow, but the actually lets me know it's sincere. But so I hope it's fun for folks listening. Because that's the point. It's just supposed to be fun. and just supposed to be a practice in listening and in being with the people. I guess I didn't say that today this morning because I was so caught up in the critique, and I guess so that's me reflecting that you see how this kind of shit happens. I resolved today I would start the stream by sort of putting down the gauntlet, and I forgot to even introduce what the ethic of the stream was, which is frustrating to me. But it's good that I remember it now, and for folks who are still watching, for me, the point of the stream is at base, and the point of me reading this way is at base. I just want to try to read in a way that's fun and just is a practice in listening to and in being with people that we're in struggle with, and in valuing them, as opposed to reading them as a sort of, or using them as a sort of resource we can extract knowledge from, or we can extract quotes from, or we can extract whatever from. We can use their work, or we can use them for whatever. I really want to try to see if I can sort of get out of that, and so, or just practice it, because I really care about these people that I'm reading a lot. It's Saïd right now. Next it's going to be Denise Ferreira da Silva. After that it'll be Horia Butelcha. It says I have a notification. Let me just check it really quick, and then I'll start again. Achievement completed. New day, new stream. Thanks, Twitch. Okay, so I'm back. And I'm still working through this problem where I'm trying to figure out what he means by, indeed, Orientalism is and does not simply represent a considerable dimension of modern political intellectual culture, and as such has less to do with the Orient than it does with our world. So in other words, what does it mean that Orientalism is, or Orientalism, what would it mean that Orientalism represents a considerable dimension of modern political intellectual culture? The first thing that I think when I read this is that what he's been talking about this whole time is that representation is a sort of process of this, but it's never the whole thing, right? And so maybe Orientalism can't represent a dimension of political intellectual culture, because even the thing that it is sort of producing is also in excess of its representation, right? So you want to apply the sort of limitations that it has to even itself. That's kind of the way that I was thinking about it on the break, and that I came back to it with. But let's keep reading maybe and find out. And so my goal today is to really just finish maybe 2 more paragraphs and then call it a day, because I feel like there's kind of a shift in the argument there. And so, okay. Indeed, my real argument is that Orientalism is and does not simply represent a considerable dimension of modern political intellectual culture, and as such has less to do with the Orient than it does with our world. Because Orientalism is a cultural and political fact, then it does not exist in some archival vacuum. Quite the contrary. I think it can be shown that what is thought, said, or even done about the Orient follows, perhaps occurs within, certain distinct and intellectually knowable lines. Here too, a considerable degree of nuance and elaboration can be seen working as between the broad superstructural pressures and the details of composition, the facts of textuality. Actually, I realized that I forgot to read this paragraph back after, so I want to do that now, actually, because I think, and I want to read it right into this part. Therefore, Orientalism is not a mere political subject matter or field that is reflected passively by culture, scholarship, or institutions, nor is it a large and diffused collection of texts about the Orient, nor is it representative and expressive of some nefarious Western imperialist plot to hold down the Oriental world. It is rather a distribution of geopolitical awareness into aesthetic, scholarly, economic, sociological, historical, and philological texts. It is an elaboration not only of a basic geographical distinction, the world is made up of two unequal halves, Orient and Occident, but also a whole series of interests which, by such means as scholarly discovery, philological reconstruction, psychological analysis, landscape, and sociological description, it not only creates but also maintains. It is, rather than expresses, a certain will or intention to understand, in some cases to control, manipulate, even to incorporate, what is a manifestly different or alternative novel world. Or what is a manifestly different or alternative and novel world. It is above all a discourse that is by no means in direct corresponding relationship with political power in the raw, but rather is produced and exists in an uneven exchange with various kinds of power, shaped to a degree by the exchange with power political, power intellectual, power cultural, power moral. Indeed, my real argument is that Orientalism is and does not simply represent a considerable dimension of modern political intellectual culture, and as such has less to do with the Orient than it does with our world. Because Orientalism is a cultural and political fact, then, it does not exist in some archival vacuum. Quite the contrary, I think, it can be shown that what is thought, said, or even done about the Orient follows, perhaps occurs within, certain distinct and intellectually knowable lines. Okay, so I'm so happy that I actually decided to go back and to reread this paragraph, because actually when I reread it, I really understood what I was struggling with, I think. And it reminds me actually of what he was talking about in these distinctions that he was making, or these qualifications that he was making in the previous section. He was trying to remind us, you have to unsettle this like universalism that you have that around the idea of representation. What I mean by that is you have to unsettle the idea that the idea called Orient can be fully representative of the thing that it refers to. And then you have to unsettle the idea that the way of coming to making meaning like that, or like the method that you would even approach that with, the method of engagement is universal. So there's other methods actually outside of orientalizing the Orient, so to speak. And then you have to unsettle the idea that the paradigm of Orientalism is itself like a concept which is fully representative of anything. Like there's something outside of the concept of Orientalism too. Whenever you talk about anything, you're reducing it from a paradigm to a model, so to speak. The model is called Orientalism. And so when I read this paragraph then, what I'm kind of getting from it now is like this is that sort of thing that he was saying in the third qualification. Like Orientalism is this considerable dimension of modern political intellectual culture. It does not simply represent it. So it's not like Orientalism is this all-powerful thing which is represented through modern political culture. It is modern political culture. I really love that, and I think that makes a lot of sense to me, actually. That makes a lot of sense to me. Like, as opposed to how I was reading it before, I was very unclear. So, and then he clarifies, right? Because Orientalism is a cultural and political fact, then, it does not exist in some archival vacuum. Quite the contrary, I think it can be shown that what is thought, said, or even done about the Orient follows, perhaps occurs within, certain distinct and intellectually knowable lines. So for me, like, that makes so much sense to me, because when I read, like, cultural and political fact, what I understand from that is, like, Orientalism, like, is the process by which culture and politics just become factual concepts, like concepts that just exist. Like, or in other words, like, there's no such thing as these terms, cultural and political, without Orientalism. It is a fact so long as they are a fact. And for that reason, it does not exist in some archival vacuum. And what I take from that archival vacuum is it's not just something that happened in the past. Like, it's like, and this is what it reminds me of what he was kind of talking about at the beginning of the book a lot, when he was trying to say, like, or even like let's say there's so many places I could pull from, right? But even let's say like at the end of the first section when he says from the beginning of the 19th century until the end of World War II, France and Britain dominated the Orient and Orientalism. Since World War II, America has dominated the Orient and approaches it as Britain and France once did. Or like in another, oh, actually this is a much better quote. Where is it? I'm looking for a certain passage where he basically says like Orientalism doesn't really exist by name like that, but it still continues. I don't know if y'all remember what I was talking about. Yeah, right here. During the first definition of Orientalism that he offers, he says, right here, and I read this sentence earlier, I think. Orientalism is less preferred by specialists today because it connotes a high-handed executive attitude of 19th century and early 20th century European colonialism. Nevertheless, books are written and Congress is held with the Orient as their main focus, right? And so he's saying the attitude toward it has shifted, but like the Orient as an object, so to speak, or Orientalism as a process still lives on, even though nobody uses the word Orient anymore, right? And so that's what I kind of take when I read this line, that Orientalism does not exist in some archival vacuum. I get from that, like, it's not something that can be placed in history. It is the thing by which history is even understandable, right? So in other words, like, there's like a whole field of like thought by like particularly diaspora Muslims, right, who are like really hot after Saïd, and they call what's happening now Neo-Orientalism. And you can really start to see like how disgusting and fucked up that that sort of appropriation is, because what they're doing then is rooting a critique of Orientalism in an idea of history to even say that Orientalism happened and there's a new one, when what Saïd is trying to say, the stakes of what he's trying to say, is Orientalism is the way of even thinking that a concept called history exists, right? And so you could really start to see like, yeah, the way in which these appropriations or these misreadings or these like this lack of care or this lack of attention is sort of not only like parasitic or like predatory in a way that he's been talking, or settler-y in the way that he's been talking about actually on him, but it happens in a particular direction. So the way that these misreadings happen serve to like fundamentally de-radicalize or undermine what he's trying to say, right? So that reminds me of when I read "does not exist in some archival vacuum." I think of like all the people that I know that would like refer to like a neo-Orientalism right now. What's up, televised bear? Welcome to the chat. I love the emoji. Happy to have you. Really, really happy to have you. But then he says, quite the contrary, right? I think it can be shown that what is thought, said, or even done about the Orient follows, perhaps occurs within, certain distinct and intellectually knowable lines. And so, of course, for me, when you see the word about here, it should like ring, like for me, it rings like every bell where I'm like, this goes back to the first definition of Orientalism, where he says Orientalism is anyone who teaches, writes about, or researches the Orient, right? And that quote is right here. And so you could really see the sort of aboutness of it start to kind of take hold in a sense, or like really become clear of what that like means, what the implications of that are. But like, so anything that is said about, if you reduced Orientalism to the things that are said about the Orient in a particular moment, then what happens is you've now naturalized the fact that all of these different variations of the things that could be said are happening within certain distinct and knowable lines, right? And that sort of internal consistency by which the sort of meaning is made within these distinct and knowable lines is called Orientalism. And when I see that, I think of like what I had talked about a little bit ago in the stream, which is what he has said in his previous book, Beginnings. And in the previous page, Said was talking about Orientalism as an intention, right? And so then what this language becomes really familiar, right? Where Orientalism, or what is thought, said, or even done about the Orient follows distinct and intellectually knowable lines. And then what Said says about intention, right, is that an intention, therefore, is a notion that includes everything that later develops out of it, no matter how eccentric how eccentric the development or inconsistent the result, right? And so for me, this includes everything that later develops out of it is sort of really speaks really well with what he's talking about here, when he says that these things happen within certain distinct and intellectually knowable lines. And then he goes on, here too, a considerable degree of nuance and elaboration can be seen working as between the broad superstructural pressures and the details of composition, the facts of textuality. Most humanistic scholars are, I think, perfectly happy with the notion that texts exist in context, that there is such a thing as intertextuality, that the pressures of conventions, predecessors, and rhetorical styles limit what Walter Benjamin once called the overtaxing of the productive person in the name of the principle of creativity, in which the poet is believed on his own and out of his pure mind to have brought forth his work. Yet, there is a reluctance to allow that political, institutional, and ideological constraints act in the same manner on the individual author. And so I want to just stop and figure out what this means. Because, yeah, I'm really interested. So, here too, a considerable degree of nuance and elaboration can be seen working as between the broad superstructural pressures and the details of composition, the fact of textuality. When he says here too, and then he says this sentence, honestly, what this sentence reminds me of is like him re-elaborating what he said before he got into this whole life-changing thing up here, what we just read on the previous page, where he says, the trouble is that there is too great a distance between the big dominating fact, as I have described it, and the details of everyday life that govern the minute discipline of a novel or a scholarly text as it's being written. And he says it's because, like, you can't just apply the structure, you can't just assimilate everything into a model of a structure that you have, and you can't just act like there's no such thing as a structure either. You have to have some sort of understanding of how a structure multiplies itself and is generative and changes itself all the time. And so that's what that reminds me of when I go back down here. And he's returning. He's like, here too, this kind of problem resurfaces, right? And then he's starting, now what I understand is he's starting to sort of like, this is how I read this, is he's starting to sort of like explain it, right? Explain an example of it, right? So he says, most human scholars are, I think, perfectly happy with the notion that texts exist in contexts. So basically what I get from this right here, what I read, is that he's like, most like people that are writing will like readily admit that like the things that they're writing are influenced by the shit that's around them. And then he's quoting this Walter Benjamin line, which is really nice. He says, they limit, and that these sort of things around them limit what Walter Benjamin once called the overtaxing of the productive person in the name of the principle of creativity, in which the poet is believed on his own and out of his pure mind to have brought forth his work. So I actually really love this quote. I think it's really beautiful. Overtaxing of the productive person in the name of the principle of creativity. And especially in the context of this word that Said uses, limit, right? Because what it reminds me of is this whole conversation we've been having about how Orientalism is this sort of push and pull between a limiting force and a productive force, between a force, a mode of between creation or invention and like limitation. And the example that I used before was like a sort of ideas of like a progressive side of society and like a sort of conservative side of society. And what you see is that this is just all manifestations of this sort of, they both need each other sort of, right? And you could even see it in an abstract sense, that even in the formation of a European way of being, right? In the formation of a concept called Europe, you need to have, on one hand, a sort of ideological aspect which limits your identity into everything that's surrounded by the Muslim world, right? But also, since that identity is fake as fuck, obviously, like any identity, and a lot of the shit that you have is shared with this world, you have to be kind of be drawing from it all the time, right? You see it as the sort of source of your civilization, so to speak. So in order to even push off as a point B from this point A, you have to kind of be reconstituting yourself in opposition to it. So that's what I kind of take from that. Yeah, that's what I kind of take from that. And that's what it reminds me of. So basically, the way he's kind of positioning this Walter Benjamin quote, from how I read it, is like he's kind of rehearsing the same sort of debate, right? But with regard to like humanistic scholars. So he's saying like Walter Benjamin is kind of pointing out this thinker Walter Benjamin is kind of pointing out that this sort of in the context of like an idea of like art as invention or something, all the shit that's already there that's influencing you is the limit on the inventiveness that you are believed to have, or that's your role. And so as like a producer or like an inventor or like an artist who's like participating in this sort of Orientalist world, you're always attempting to create new worlds, even against this sort of limit, which is that the world that you're already part of. And then you can kind of read that back into what Saïd is talking about how Orientalism is a sort of appetite for absorbing these and incorporating these new worlds. And then we can really start to think about, so what that makes me think about, and I haven't gotten through Saïd's point yet, but the thing that I think about when I see that is like the way in which like the way that we kind of like people like even like not, let's say just say we non-Europeans, right? We non-whites basically is a better way to say that. Especially those of us who represent like a certain area or a certain geography in our own mind, will sort of rewrite our sort of world as like on along certain terms that make it like absorbable. And so like an example of that I can give, for example, is like a concept called Asia, for example. It's something that I critiqued in Saïd earlier in different streams, that I felt like what he was saying really undermined the stability of a concept called Asia. But let's say like a concept called Asian, right, for example. And I'm using that example because it seems like it's an example that's like right in the alley of this, right? In order to make an identity category or a concept called Asian, you have to yourself sort of delimit the boundaries of what that concept is, right? And so then you see like in these conversations about Asianness, if you follow it, there's tons of sort of debates about representation of like Southeast Asians in this sort of umbrella identity called Asianness, right? Or representations of Pacific Islanders in this umbrella identity called Asianness. Meanwhile, the limit of that continent, that identity, which names itself after a continent, is not actually, I mean, continents are also made up concepts, right? But like, you never really see, for example, the Muslim world included in that concept called Asia, ever. I mean, it's very, very, very rare. And so you see that this concept called Asia has already built itself with a sort of limit, which excludes part of the actual continent of Asia, so to speak, right? But the point is, like, what that does then for me, what that makes me think what that does is it actually redefines everyone who identifies in that category of Asian within a certain regime, within a certain mode of understanding or a certain way of being that makes them absorbable. Because now they've been sort of defined in the same fundamental way, right? With a center, with borders, with margins that they're drawing from. And so now the concept called Asian or Asia is now absorbable into a concept called world, and it's slowly sliding into it through the work of the people who identify with it. And so that's what I think of when I see this sort of overtaxing of the productive person in the name of the principle of creativity, in which the poet is believed on his own and out of his pure mind to have brought forth his work. That's what I kind of get from that. And especially when it reminds me of the sort of new world being absorbed. Yet, there is a reluctance to allow that political, institutional, and ideological constraints act in the same manner on the individual author. So what I get from that is like, we'll admit that like the text that the author produces can't be divorced from the world that it's part of. And so I guess this is similar to what I was just talking about as an example, right? But we won't admit that your own intention and your own ability to create as a creator is also caught up in that same sort of world shit, right? You basically don't want to treat yourself with the same rigor that you want to treat like a certain text or an idea of a text. And maybe in reading something like this, what I think about that is like, you see that the idea of the individual has a certain level of protectedness that the idea of a text might not have. But they're both still concepts that follow the same sort of settlerness in their regular constitution. A humanist will believe it to be an interesting fact to any interpreter of Balzac that he was influenced in the Comédie Humaine by the conflict between Saint-Hilaire and Cuvier, but the same sort of pressure on Balzac of deeply reactionary monarchism is felt in some vague way to demean his literary genius and therefore to be less worth serious study. Okay, so now it's like really making sense to me, right? So you're allowed to talk about the text in this way as being influenced. But you have to maintain an idea of the writer like as some sort of like completely free subject, like as having complete transparency. And what I mean by that is like not affected or affectable by like anything, right? Basically, you have to believe in a sort of God role of the writer. Is what I understand from that. Similarly, as Harry Bracken has been tirelessly showing, philosophers will conduct their discussions of Locke, Hume, and the empiricism without ever taking into account that there is an explicit connection in these classical writers between their philosophic doctrines and racial theory, justifications of slavery, or arguments for colonial exploitation. These are common enough ways by which contemporary scholarship keeps itself pure, right? Okay, so first of all, I'm just going to check this footnote. And it's not any words in it, but it's an essay called Essence, Accident, and Race by this guy named Harry Bracken, published in 1973, 2 years before he wrote this book. And that's really interesting, right? So I think he's still just developing on the same sort of thing. It feels to me like it's a sort of moment of clarity. It's less dense to me. So it feels to me like I really see what he's saying, and it's less difficult for me to. And then I really see why he's saying what he's saying. And for example, what I'm realizing is that this whole conversation, right, about Orientalism has been circling back into his conversation about the difference between pure and political knowledge. And what that makes me feel is that what he's trying to say is, if we understand Orientalism as a mode of actually cohering knowledge, then we'll understand it itself as as sort of safeguarding an idea of purity, as sort of safeguarding an idea of purity, as opposed to a sort of or an idea of pure knowledge. And this is by always sort of drawing itself into a distinction. So replicating the same sort of mode of difference, right? So like this is by always replicating itself within itself too. So like whether in one sense it's pure knowledge versus political knowledge, in another sense the same binary gets replicated because the writer stays pure while the text is not. So in other words, the writer here kind of becomes like what Said was talking about a field of like Russian studies from the 1700s or something, which seems innocuous and like pure knowledge, or it seems like it has no stakes, but actually the idea of like a pure knowledge is like just kind of always in this sort of relationship, right, with the idea of political knowledge. So you can start to see how this sort of formation of meaning is playing out in all of the stuff, and part of the goal of it is to always maintain a sort of pure identity of something, right? Or part of the product of it, I should say. And I'm gonna keep going. These are common enough ways by which contemporary scholarship keeps itself pure. Perhaps it is true that most attempts to rub culture's nose, oh see, there we go, in the mud of politics have been crudely iconoclastic. Perhaps also the social interpretation of literature in my own field has simply not kept up with the enormous technical advances in detailed textual analysis. But there is no getting away from the fact that literary studies in general, and American Marxist theorists in particular, have avoided the effort of seriously bridging the gap between the superstructural and the base levels in textual historical scholarship. On another occasion, I have gone so far as to say that the literary culture establishment as a whole has declared the serious study of imperialism and culture off limits. Damn. Okay, so hold on, we're gonna have to sit with this for a sec. Okay. I'm gonna look up that footnote first of all. This is from an interview published in Diacritics, 1976. Let's see if we can find it. There it is. The invention of deconstruction. Really interesting stuff. Wow, I want to read this hella bad. First line is, your scholarly work is commonly associated with that of what we might term a critical avant-garde. And that's really interesting, right? Because I always try to, I think I've said it in a few streams, but it's always such an important thing to remember as the best example of what Said is talking about, how at the time when he was writing, he was considered like a terrorist and radical and avant-garde and all this stuff, and now he's considered like pure knowledge. But the pure knowledge that he's considered is actually like fundamentally different than what he's saying. Right? So you can kind of see the process of representation and how it cuts off the things that are threatening to it in the best possible way when you're really sitting with Said, actually. Because he's like probably the best example of the institution of philosophy and the academy doing this. So let's take this sentence by sentence, basically. Perhaps it is true that most attempts to rub culture's nose in the mud of politics have been crudely iconoclastic. So let's find what the word iconoclastic means. Iconoclastic. Characterized by an attack on cherished beliefs or institutions. Okay, I used this word on a previous stream and I said I did not know what it meant. And I definitely did not know what it meant. I knew it meant dramatic. That's basically it. So I was being honest. I literally did not know what it meant. But this is different than... there was a class that was offered at my school called iconoclasm or something like that. And I have a policy, like I don't take classes if I don't know what the words in the title of the class means. And that's frequent. But characterized by an attack on cherished beliefs or institutions. Okay. Perhaps it is true that most attempts to rub culture's nose in the mud of politics have been crudely iconoclastic. So basically like too polemical. Like polemical for the sake of being polemical. Just causing problems because they want to be difficult. Let's see. Perhaps also the social interpretation of literature in my own field, which is what? Literary studies, I guess? Has simply not kept up with the enormous technical advances in detailed analysis. In detailed textual analysis. So I'm trying to figure out how these two things relate to each other. Because I think what he's saying here is like, he's like, okay, maybe it's true that in general, like the sort of trend to be like of like being like all of these things are political has just been a little bit, it's not been gone about the right way. Which I guess is what he's doing in this, right? But in a way that's very different to me. But perhaps also the social interpretation of literature in my own field has simply not kept up with the enormous technical advances in detailed textual analysis. So what does that mean? I'm trying to figure it out. Let's see. Social interpretation of literature in my own field has simply not kept up. What does enormous technical advances in detailed textual analysis mean? Has simply not kept up with the enormous technical advances in detailed textual analysis. Maybe he's just saying like, he's saying on the other hand, like maybe in my own field, not only has it sort of, like maybe on one hand, there's a sort of critique of these sort of fields or these sort of like modes of thought in which like they think that they're these sort of innocuous, apolitical sort of, they have this self-understanding like that, and maybe like trying to like shake them out of it has been a little bit crude. But on the other hand, maybe they also have like not really kept up with some of like the new ways of thinking about stuff. That's how I'm reading it for now. But there is no getting away from the fact that literary studies in general, and American Marxist theorists in particular, have avoided the effort of seriously bridging the gap between the superstructural and the base levels in textual historical scholarship. On another occasion, I have gone so far as to say that the literary culture establishment as a whole has declared the serious study of imperialism and culture off limits. And so for me, when I read this, I'm like, okay, so is what he's saying here basically that like, like in the context of what he's already saying, what I feel like is going on here is he's saying that they haven't really been able to understand seriously imperialism and culture because they're not able to show how culture is sort of reproducing imperialism in itself. It's sort of like an assimilation of cultural objects into models, right? Like how these things are sort of changing, how they're sort of advancing, how it's tied into when he says culture for me, especially considering like the previous ways he's used culture. The word culture. See? In which, so for example, in this sentence he says, I'm just going to choose one. Without examining Orientalism as a discourse, one cannot possibly understand the enormous systematic discipline by which European culture was able to manage and produce the Orient, right? So for me, culture for him is a very it's productive. It's the productive side. It's the side that's inventing and changing, whereas the institutions are sort of limiting, right? And so when he says this, when he says imperialism and culture off limits, and this is interesting because he later writes a book in this trilogy called Culture and Imperialism, so that's just whatever. But what I see from that is and when he says they have avoided the effort of bridging the gap, what I see from that is he's saying they have not gone far enough in any case. They have not gone far enough because they've been unable to basically see, and it's bridging the gap between the superstructural and base levels in textual historical scholarship. So they've been unable to analyze themselves as also participating, if they're sort of cultural producers, also participating in this thing that they're critiquing. That's what I'm understanding from this. Because they've reduced it to the content instead of the way of being, because they've reduced the thing that they're critiquing to the content instead of the way of being that they all are participating in, and the way of making meaning out of things that they're all participating in. And the reason that that's true, then, to circle back, is because if you maintain the idea that you as a scholar are unimplicated in all of this shit, or that you as a thinker, or that you as an inventor, or that you as an artist are unimplicated in all of this shit, then you have actually reproduced this thing, right? Where there's a center which has a border around it, which is sort of drawing from the margins, but also pushing it away, right? So you have basically put yourself in an Orientalist relationship to the world around you as a producer, which is actually part and parcel of the day-to-day of Orientalism. That's how I read that. For Orientalism brings one up directly against that question. That is, to realizing that political imperialism governs an entire field of study, imagination, and scholarly institutions in such a way as to make its avoidance an intellectual and historical impossibility. Okay, so that really makes sense to me now, right? I think that the way I was reading it, now that I'm reading this, the way I was reading it, makes a lot of sense. And so it's not so much like him saying the study of Orientalism reveals that question here, right? You could read this as saying, for if you study Orientalism, then you can't deny that question. I don't think that's what he's saying. I think he's saying the Orientalism inherent in their way of being makes their method of scholarship bring them up against that question. And he's using against, in my opinion, in the way that he's been using against throughout this whole book, right? That because of Orientalism, a European or American comes up against the Orient first as a European or American, as an individual second, right? That he comes up against the Orient as a European or American first and individual second, right here. And the againstness, as I've been kind of feeling throughout the book, is very tied up in the literal againstness of this sort of relationship between center and periphery that comes from, or center and margin, that comes from Orientalism, right? So against the things that you don't know, basically, or that you're exploring, basically. Not that you don't know, but that you're exploring, basically. Yet, I'm going to move on. There will always remain the perennial escape mechanism of saying that a literary scholar and a philosopher, for example, are trained in literature and philosophy, respectively, not in politics or ideological analysis. In other words, the specialist argument can work quite effectively to block the larger and, in my opinion, the more intellectually serious perspective. I don't know what perennial means, so I'm going to look it up. I'm just going to look at how long I've been streaming. 53, 54, wow. Perennial means, I guess, lasting or existing for a long or apparently infinite time, enduring or continually recurring. Okay, that's a good word. Now I know. I'm going to write that down in my book. Infinitely recurring. So yet there will always remain the perennial escape mechanism of saying that a literary scholar or a philosopher, for example, are trained in literature and philosophy, respectively, not in politics or ideological analysis. Okay, and so then by this point, you can start to really see, like, how this ties so deeply, how he's completely circled back into the beginning of his of the section, and what he's meaning by this, and how this discussion has developed. And so even though we're not done with this section yet, we have a long way to go, I think. Wait, actually we don't. We have a few pages more to go. But even though we're not done with this section yet, I think you can really start to see how it circles back in a really coherent way, right? So in the beginning of this section, what I think of this, in the beginning of his section, I see him kind of saying, and I had covered it up with this giant blob, right? So in this first page of this section, I'm not going to reread it necessarily, but what he was talking about, that this blob is covering, is that I really like the blob, so I don't want to like delete it. But what I see that this blob kind of covering, what he was talking about, is like, it seems like studying just literature or some shit like that is like apolitical. Whereas studying, like, I don't know, something more directly related to government policy is more political, right? But, and he says this here, actually, this whole shit is political. And if something seems apolitical, or if it just seems like objective scholarship, or knowledge without stakes, you're not realizing the extent to which the distinction between political and pure knowledge is just a changing distinction based on what political society has brought to the front line right now. So whatever, basically, as this sort of orientalist field or apparatus sort of is shifting at its edges, the kind of, and I've been using this metaphor today, the kind of like, the thread at the edges of the sort of carpet, the threads are very visible, right? So the things that kind of come out are at the surface, you see it are kind of political knowledge, and they become more clearly subjective, right? But the longer they've kind of been absorbed, or the more they're absorbed, they kind of seem less political. But actually, that's just an effect of the sort of hardening, sedimenting process by which the sort of whole thing makes these subjective truths seem like reality, so we don't have to question them. But if you start to really focus on questioning all these things, if you follow back all the things that you've learned not to question, what you start seeing is that there's a pattern there of violence, right? And so that's what he was kind of talking about here. And I really start seeing, so basically what I understand what he's done so far is he's offered that, been like, this is true of all knowledge production and of all concepts in general. This is really what I'm talking about with Orientalism here. It's not just about the Orient as a concept, because even that concept is a concept that's part of this process, right? But it's actually a process of making meaning. And so then he's like, and now let's read the Orientalism we've discussed as a way of making meaning, as a way of being in relation to the meaning that you've made around you, back into this discussion about pure versus political knowledge, right? Because it slides back in this even deeper way, where even if you consider texts impure, so to speak, even if you consider all texts political, like the sort of trend that these American Marxist theorists he's talking about do, what you still do is you maintain an idea of the thinker as pure, or as non-political, or as not themselves a text made up of a bunch of things, right? Or of their own idea of self. So that's why I think what he ends up saying here is like, yet there will always remain the perennial escape mechanism of saying that a literary scholar and a philosopher, for example, are trained in literature and philosophy respectively, not in politics or ideological analysis. In other words, the specialist argument can work quite effectively to block the larger and, in my opinion, the more intellectually serious perspective, which for me is that there's a certain way of being which is already replicating this. That's what I get from the more intellectually serious perspective. But I am gonna stop there for today, because my friend called me and I want to call them back, and because I feel like it's a good place to stop. And we finished, a lot, I think. And so, yeah, I'm a little bit sad that we didn't get a new follower today, like during the stream. But please, if you're still watching, if you're watching this in a video recording, please feel free to share with anyone that you want to. Feel free to share on any social media platforms. Feel free to share however you want. If you feel like anyone would be interested in this, or if you feel like what I'm doing is cool. And if you haven't followed yet, please follow. And that's it. So have a great day, everyone, and I'll see you tomorrow. Tomorrow is Friday, which means I am going to be just chilling and streaming SpongeBob and talking about it and just having fun. And maybe I'll stream my video game playing tonight or tomorrow or whatever. So, yeah. Later, everyone.